Chapter 429. On a corner tower at the far end of the plaza, two slightly aged silhouettes were currently watching the great battle on the stage. On a corner tower at the far end of the plaza, two slightly aged silhouettes were currently watching the great battle on the stage. One person was poised and elegant, possessing a remarkable aura of kings. It was actually a peak divine, traversing realm martial artist. The other person's strength was slightly inferior, but he also had middle stage divine traversing realm strength. Such characters naturally had exceedingly high statuses in the capital. If a character like Xiao Changfeng were present, they would surely be able to recognize that these two people were precisely two characters who could summon wind and call rain in the capital. Shangguan family's family head, Shangguan Wenrui, and the Shui family's family head, Shui Hongfei. Hongfei, what are your thoughts? Shangguan Wenrui opened his mouth to ask as his gaze was staring intently at the spear shadows and sword lights in the distance. Zhao Chenggan's strength grows with each pas. Xingde. He's already much stronger compared to the last time he publicly made a move. Shui Hongfei said, I'm not asking about that. Ji Qing possesses the Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Don't you have any thoughts at all? Shangguan Wenrui said coolly. Shui Hongfei sighed lightly and said, I was also taken aback from shock when I saw earlier, but this shouldn't have been stolen from the Shui family. Ji Qing's attainments in the Origin Spirit 9 transformations are even greater than mine. This disciple that Star Abyss took in is simply powerful until it makes people despair. Shangguan Wenrui shot a nonchalant glance at Shui Hanfei and said, I heard that a young man from the endless world infiltrated into the capital, and this young man once killed the Lan family tribe's middle stage C transformation realm martial artist in the level 5 Gale region, with first level crystal formation realm strength. Shui Hongfei's expression froze briefly. You mean that? Ji Qing is that youth? Impossible. I also suspected this matter before. But the news from the Xiao family says that Xiao Changfeng tested Ji Qing's divine soul before. He's indeed somebody from the fierce Gale world. I naturally know that. But don't you feel that this young man is very fishy? In our fierce Gale world, other than the Wind Emperor, who else can groom such a monstrous genius? Shangguan Wenrui said coolly, this. Shui Hongfei thought carefully. There really was something not quite right. Shui Hongfei pondered for a moment and seemed to have thought of something. He startled awake abruptly and looked at Shangguan Wenrui in disbelief. Shangguan Wenrui gave a faint smile and knew that Shui Hongfei understood his meaning. Brother Wenrui is far-sighted, not what Hongfei can match up to. Shangguan Wenrui said with a smile. Zhao Tianyin has reigned for many years and is no longer far from ascending to the divine realm. The battle for the next Wind Emperor has already gradually surfaced. There is bound to be a fight between a dragon and a tiger between Yun'er and Zhao Chenggan. However, this suddenly emerged Ji Qing thoroughly upset the initially stalemated situation. If today Shui Hongfei took a look at the intense fighting in the distance. Yi Yuan's situation was already in imminent danger. However, this situation currently, it's probably very hard for Ji Qing to be ascertained a victory, right? Maybe not. Spear shadows which blotted out the sky and earth repressed Yi Yuan's 9 figures into a very tiny radius area. Currently, Yi Yuan was akin to a small boat hanging by a thread in the ocean, possibly overturned by the tides and winds at any moment. But Yi Yuan's sword lights were still not the slightest bit slow. Sword light versus spear shadow was at a disadvantage initially. The sword emphasized grace and agility, while the spear stressed on momentum akin to 30,000 caddies. Plus, Yi Yuan's realm was not the same with Zhao Qinggan's. Him being suppressed was also something very normal. Ha ha, I'll see how you will hide. Go and die. Zhao Qinggan was unbelievably excited right now. As long as he broke Yi Yuan's sword lights, he was dead for sure. While talking, Zhao Qinggan mustered essence energy even more feverishly. The spear shadows became even more frenzied, just a little bit more, and Yi Yuan's sword lights were about to be broken. However, Yi Yuan was still expressionless, as if he was oblivious to the danger. The defense circle became increasingly smaller, tinier, and tinier. Finally, those countless spear shadows finally broke the limits, stabbing ruthlessly towards Yi Yuan's 9 figures. Ah! Many people gave a shocked exclamation, as if seeing the outcome of Yi Yuan staining the stage in blood. Right at the critical moment, a dazzling light suddenly blasted out from the spear shadows. 9 swords returned to 1, half-moon slash. H. Plus, Yi Yuan's voice rang out faintly as if giving that streak of light an enormous power. The spear shadows, which filled the skies, actually could not inch forward anymore. Those overwhelmingly powerful spear shadows actually gradually subsided under this streak of light. Qi, a half-moon-shaped sword light, sweeping along with tremendous amounts of energy, dispersed those innumerable spear shadows. And not only did the charging momentum of the sword light not diminish, but it also became increasingly faster instead. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qinggan's expression changed dramatically. How could he still live if he was slashed by this gigantic half-moon-shaped sword light? In a panic, how could Zhao Qinggan still be bothered with displaying spear shadow carnage? He hurriedly pulled back his spear and moved sideways. The sword light swept past his body with a whoosh. That threatening sword qi shredded Zhao Qinggan's protective essence energy into tattered bits. It was also that Zhao Qinggan's reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, he would be split into 2 parts right now already. Looking at the ground again, the platform already had a deep ravine, slashed into it by this colossal half-moon-shaped sword light with scattered pieces of rock everywhere, looking very horrific. Below the platform, it was dead quiet, as if they were hit by an immobility talisman. Zhao Qinggan's body was stinging with fiery pain. Although that sword qi was unable to harm his foundation, it gave him considerable wounds. Each injury was reminding him that he had just brushed past the G.O.D. of death. Zhao Qinggan was looking at Yi Yuan rather blankly, somewhat befuddled by the current situation. He clearly had victory in grasp already. Why did the situation suddenly had a 180-degree turnabout, hitting him from heaven to H.L. all at once? Hey, did you see what happened just now clearly? Didn't see clearly. My eyes were freaking blinded. Was this a freaking skill released by a crystal formation realm martial artist? I think that this skill, even if Soul Sea realm powerhouses were standing opposite, the person would also be cleaved into 2 halves, right? After a long time, waves of commotions and exclamations sounded from below the platform. The shock that this attack dealt him was too intense. Leaving no route for escape so that one would fight desperately to win. This absolute strike back is too beautiful. Shangguan Wenrui praised. ACC, you mule-adding momentum with the sword, flurries. H.I. plussing with extreme decline. This boy is truly monstrous. This path of AMA. Sing momentum is patented by spear users, but it was unleashed by Yi Yuan. This slap is really resounding. Xue Hongfei sighed with admiration. If this child is really an Endless World native, he would truly be our fierce Gale World's calamitous disaster. No matter what, this child can't be kept. Shangguan Wenrui suddenly said. Yi Yuan looked at the Zhao Cheng'an, who was still suffering from shock, and said with a faint smile, "Ran pretty quick? This move today, consider it as teaching you for free of charge. When you go back, you got to comprehend it well." Even if Zhao Cheng'an's face was thick, he was flu's. Plussing with shame currently. He naturally understood what Yi Yuan was talking about. This slap was really resounding in his ears. Yi Yuan's half-moon slash was actually born from that final attack when facing off against Tianyu. Yi Yuan fused it into the 9 swords stance. But if he unleashed this attack right from the start, its power would be far from as powerful as right now. The process of sword light class, plussing against spear shadows, was actually the process of Yi Yuan ACCU mulating momentum all along. Only after waiting until the sword light was broken and Yi Yuan released all of the said sword intent was there such a matchlessly powerful attack. Chapter 430, Zhao Cheng'an's face turned red. He wanted to refute, but did not know where to begin. Zhao Cheng'an's face turned red. He wanted to refute, but did not know where to begin. The most important thing about using a spear was ACCU, mulating momentum. How could he possibly not know? Spear shadow carnage. The power of this move was extremely great. His starting stance was actually ACCU, mulating momentum, yet it was precisely because this move was extremely powerful that when Zhao Cheng'an wanted to merge these innumerable spear momentums into the final spear, he could not do it no matter what. But something that this spear-playing user, could not do, Yi Yuan, who used a sword, did it. This could not be said to not be a kind of irony. This match today undoubtedly gave Zhao Cheng'an a genuine battle with immense referencing value. As long as he went back to study it in detail, perhaps he might really be able to fuse the ACCU mulat momentum into spear shadow carnage one day. Ji Qing, don't you get KY? Our fight has only just begun. Just now was only merely a warm-up. Zhao Cheng'an said with a black face. Clearly, he was truly enraged this time. Of course I know that it's only starting now. Earlier, I let you dodge that move. Next time, there won't be such good luck, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Humph. That's also what I want to say to you. Zhao Cheng'an said with a cold snort. This exchange made everyone become speechless. That was just a warm-up. If they really fought, wouldn't it tear down this entire plaza? The might of geniuses is indeed not what the likes of us can make wild guesses about. Similarly, a sea transformation realm martial artist, 100 of me added together is not 7th Prince's match either. Most importantly, 100 of you added up is not even as powerful as that 1/7 level crystal formation realm. He's a monster. I really want to see where his limits lie. Yi Yuan's potential was seemingly limitless. Each time you thought that this was his limit, he would break through his limits again the next fight, reaching a brand new height. Now, the surrounding spectators were long unconcerned about who would win and who would lose, and was also indifferent to who Xiao Ruyan would marry in the end. What they were most concerned with was just what extent Yi Yuan could perform to. Could Yi Yuan defeat the number 1 expert, Zhao Cheng'an, and replace him to become the fierce Gale world's rookie king? In the foreseeable future, as long as Yi Yuan did not die today, the future position of Wind Emperor was his for sure. Under everyone's eyes, Zhao Cheng'an pointed his spear at Yi Yuan again. This time, he actually raised his spear with one hand over his head, while the other hand with his fingers as swords, pointing them at Yi Yuan. Very soon, an abnormal atmosphere started to undulate out. Everybody had yet to recover from Yi Yuan's attack earlier, but at this time was forcefully pulled back to reality by this sort of peculiar atmosphere. Zhao Cheng'an stood there like a statue, without moving a hint for a long time. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Regarding Zhao Cheng'an's next attack, he instinctively felt out of the ordinary. Not just Yi Yuan, practically all the martial artists at the plaza could feel it. What martial technique is this? Why does it make me feel like the air is about to solidify? Wasn't His Highness, the Seventh Prince's strongest move spear shadow carnage? What martial technique is this? Are you a pig? How long has it already been since Seventh Prince used martial techniques in front of everyone? Such a long time. Did you think that His Highness, the Seventh Prince, would remain marching on the spot? Yeah, most likely, between Shangguan Lingyun and Seventh Prince, they are unaware of each other's depths now. But without question, these two persons' strength is unfathomable right now. In the plaza, martial artists with slightly weaker strength all felt that breathing was rather difficult, but that terror in their hearts could not be repressed no matter what. Swuz. H. Plus Yi Yuan suddenly vanished from where he stood. Zhao Cheng'an's body, which had not moved for a long while, finally moved slightly, only to see his upper body rotate slightly, but his sword finger turned to another position. The next instant, Yi Yuan's figure appeared again, and Zhao Cheng'an's spear and sword finger were still pointing at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows knitted together once more. This probing action earlier finally let Yi Yuan confirm that he was totally locked on by Zhao Cheng'an. Big brother, what is this move of His Highness's? Why does it give people such a repressing feeling? Shangguan Lingshue's brows were also tightly locked. Evidently, she felt rather uncomfortable too. Shangguan Lingyun's expression was solemn as he said, "The last time I fought with him was already a matter of 3 years ago. Looks like these 3 years, he wasn't idling either. Ji Qing is in danger." "What?" Shangguan Lingxue exclaimed in shock. "How can you be so certain? Ji Qing, he is so strong. He can't possibly be in trouble, right?" Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said, "If Ji Qing had C transformation realm strength, even if it was only first level C transformation realm, breaking this move isn't hard. But sadly, even after using Origin's Spirit 9 transformations, he only has a strength at the half-step C transformation realm. Why is this so? I feel that realm doesn't seem to be that important to Ji Qing. Half-step C transformation and C transformation realm might perhaps be a huge difference to others, but to Ji Qing, it doesn't seem to make any difference, right?" Shangguan Lingxue asked in puzzlement. Shangguan Lingyun shook his head again. "The more so for showdowns between experts, the more important realm is Zhao Cheng'an and my realm have always been more or less the same. Neither shook the other off. Don't you find that strange?" Only with Shangguan Lingyun saying that did Shangguan Lingxue felt rather odd. Although these two people's strength were well matched, it could not be that they were also walking together in terms of cultivation and essence energy, right? These few years, the two of them virtually always broke through realms at the same time. Recalling now, it was really quite strange. Shangguan Lingyun continued talking. Martial artists' realm is external. Everyone can see at a glance, and it simply can't be concealed. But comprehension towards concepts is internal. Each day that we don't face off, I'll not know how much he comprehended. But I can confirm that even if there's a gap between the two of us, it's only just between millimeters too. Hence, the two of us would have a mutual understanding to maintain a similar realm. We all know that once one side's breakthrough speeds up, the other side will also risk his life to break through. Because as long as one side breaks through first, the other wouldn't be a match at all. But even though Ji Qing's realm isn't high, he still hold the advantage earlier. Shangguan Lingxue said, uncertainly. Shangguan Lingyun said with a sigh, between Ji Qing and Zhao Cheng'an. It is not as balanced as between Zhao Cheng'an and me. The reason why Ji Qing can persist until now is by relying entirely on his concept's comprehension, which is a cut above the rest, and his greatest shortfall is his realm. Pausing for a moment, Shangguan Lingyun continued again. Just now, Ji Qing already probed Zhao Cheng'an. He's unable to shake off Zhao Cheng'an's vital energy lock-on. With Yi Yuan's concept's comprehension, as long as he has a C transformation realm strength, he can absolutely get rid of Zhao Cheng'an's lock-on. But now, he must forcefully resist this blow from Zhao Cheng'an head-on. And forcefully withstanding this attack face-on, even I will die for sure. What? Even you'll die for sure too? This. How is this possible? Shangguan Lingxue turned pale with fright. Even the Shangguan Lingyun, who was ranked equally with Zhao Cheng'an, said that it was a certain death. Just how horrifying was the power of this attack? Chapter 431. There's nothing that is impossible. The offensive power of a spear is extremely strong in the first place. Zhao Cheng'an comprehended true intent too. If my conjectures are right, this move should have encompassed said all of his comprehension towards attack, and is no trifling matter. Of course, if I were his opponent, I obviously wouldn't wait foolishly for him to come and stab me. When it comes down to it, Ji Qing is still too disadvantageous in terms of realm, Shangguan Lingyun said confidently. There's nothing that is impossible. The offensive power of a spear is extremely strong in the first place. Zhao Cheng'an comprehended true intent too. If my conjectures are right, this move should have said all of his comprehension towards attack, and is no trifling matter. Of course, if I were his opponent, I obviously wouldn't wait foolishly for him to come and stab me. When it comes down to it, Ji Qing is still too disadvantageous in terms of realm, Shangguan Lingyun said confidently. Then, do you think that Ji Qing can ward off this blow? Shangguan Lingxue asked curiously. I don't know. I completely can't figure out Ji Qing's ins and outs. In comparison to Zhao Cheng'an, this is a more terrifying adversary, because you'll never know what kind of surprise he's going to bring you next. Shangguan Lingyun said with a grave face, although Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Cheng'an had already not had a frontal battle for a long time. Everyone grew up together and could more or less estimate each other's strength. But Ji Qing was different. Since standing on the stage, Yi Yuan's means had been emerging in an endless stream: divine soul attack, absolute defense, thousand flowing petals, and half-moon slash. Even the Xue family's ultimate technique, Origin Spirit 9 transformations, Yi Yuan used it even better than the Xue family's family head. No one knew what kind of perverse move Yi Yuan would use next. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and actually closed his eyes. This scene gave everyone a huge shock. What is Ji Qing doing here? Gave up on resisting? Maybe he's preparing some move? Prepare what? S move. Don't you see that he didn't maneuver any essence energy at all? Seventh Prince's next move is bound to be an extremely deadly attack. He's still not launching any martial technique now. Isn't this waiting for death? Zhao Cheng'an was also slightly stunned when he saw this scene, but this did not hamper him from continuing to strengthen his momentum. The essence of this move from Zhao Cheng'an was momentum. He could not release Spear Shadow Carnage's ACCU, Mulat momentum, but it did not mean that his comprehension on momentum was a total mess. On the contrary, in comprehension on momentum, Zhao Cheng'an was extremely formidable. It also because of this that he created this current move. The momentum of Spear Shadow Carnage was too hard to AMA. Haha, you know that you can't avoid this. So you gave up on resisting? But I won't show mercy. Zhao Cheng'an said with a cold laugh in his heart. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. A majestic aura undulated out with him as the center. Are you trying to force me to have a head-on confrontation with you here? Fine, as you Wisconsin H. Plus, Yi Yuan's calm voice entered the ears of everyone present here. This voice was so composed that it made people feel hard to get close to, as if Yi Yuan was a person from another world. This is heart like still water. That's right. This is absolutely heart like still water. The heart realm that even Zhao Cheng'an is unable to comprehend. This boy actually comprehended it at the crystal formation realm. Shangguan Wenrui, who had been calm the entire time, finally showed an astonished look. Truly unbelievable. He's only 16. Heart like still water. There might not even be one in 100 million martial artists that can comprehend it. How on earth did he do it? Xue Hongfei said with a vicissitude of emotion. Under Antic. 1. Aiding eyes, Yi Yuan's 2 palms was gradually brought up from the sides. 2 distinctly different essence energy attributes extended out from his 2 palms. A miniature whirlwind was held in the palm of his left hand. The whirlwind was currently expanding rapidly, gradually taking on the features of a wind dragon. A small CLUS tur of pale yellow flames was held in the center of his right hand. The flame grew increasingly vigorous as it blazed, gradually forming a fire dragon. Yi Yuan was currently mobilizing heaven and earth essence energy frenziedly right now. Half-step C transformation could only mobilize heaven and earth essence energy in an extremely small radius area. But to Yi Yuan, half-step C transformation was already enough to let his affinity towards heaven and earth essence energy reach an exceptionally terrifying extent. Yi Yuan entered heart, like still water state, in order to maximize this affinity to muster even more essence energy. At this instant, Yi Yuan was also already staking it all on one last throw. Zhao Cheng'an's momentum was still in the midst of rising rapidly. Right then, Zhao Cheng'an's aura finally rose to its peak. Tyrant Martial Howling Cloud Spear. Glimpse of heaven. Zhao Cheng'an gave a low cry. A spear pierced out, sweeping along with boundless heaven and amp, earth essence energy, violent to the extreme. Where it said by, sand and stone were flung all around. The entire stage was already pulverized to dust by his one spear. At the same time, Yi Yuan's palms pushed. 2 small dragons gushed forth, instantaneously tangling together. Wind, fire, violent blaze, transforming dragon. Yi Yuan roared. In the process of the intertwining, the 2 small dragons actually gradually merged into one, becoming a colossal dragon of wind and fire. The gigantic dragon roared as it swept over towards Zhao Cheng'an. It actually gave off a series of dragon roars. Xiao Changfeng's expression changed abruptly, and he yelled out, quickly dodge. Actually, no need for him to shout. Everyone below the stage already noticed something off. These 2 people's moves were overly terrifying. Once they clashed together, they completely dare not imagine what would happen. The entire platform had already turned into fine powder. Blast waves rolled out in all directions, wave after wave. Looking at the distinguished guests on the stand, they had long left their seats. While the audiences were thrown into confusion, the 2 people's attacks collided together. Rumble! An explosion sound which reverberated through the skies sounded out, shocking until everyone's eardrums hurt. A dazzling light spread out like the sun, blinding the people until they could not open their eyes at all. Quickly run! A martial artist thought that he had retreated to a safe distance. But he quickly discovered something wrong and was sent flying by the enormous air blast. Arg! Miserable cries rose after one another, only to see martial artists being sent flying by the enormous air blast one by one. The power of a single attack was utterly appalling. What? What on earth happened? What the L did those two people do? Ouch. So painful. Is this freaking L the battle of sea transformation realm martial artists? When were sea transformation realm martial artists powerful to this extent? What happened to those two people? Who in the world won? Don't know. I completely can't see it all. That blinding light has already persisted for over a dozen breaths and actually hasn't dissipated yet. Many people squinted, wanting to see what happened inside that bundle of light. But they only saw a vast expanse of white light and could not see anything at all. Several more breaths said. The white light finally dissipated slowly. The first thing that reflected in the eyes of the audience was a stretch of ruins. The platform had already disappeared entirely, and what replaced it was a huge pit. In the huge pit, Zhao Chungan stood with his spear. That appearance was very intimidating, and opposite him, Yi Yuan was struck out over 100 feet away, his clothing tattered, and injuries all over his body, looking very alarming. Once Xiao Ruyan saw, her eyes immediately turned red. She pulled down the head veil with a grab and rushed in front of Yi Yuan like flying. Propping Yi Yuan up, tears flowed down with a pitter-patter. Yi Yuan's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion pale white, looking feeble to the extreme. Young Master Ji, are you all right? Chapter 432. Yi Yuan had an anguished look and did not react in the slightest to Xiao Ruyan's words. Yi Yuan had an anguished look and did not react in the slightest to Xiao Ruyan's words. Xiao Ruyan was very anxious and was at a loss on what to do for a moment. Hugging Yi Yuan, she cried extremely heartbrokenly. Little junior brother, plus Howren also panicked when he saw the situation and hurriedly ran in front of Yi Yuan. Plus Howren hastily searched for Yi Yuan's pulse, only seeing that Yi Yuan just fainted for the time being. Did he feel relieved and heaved a long breath. Rest assured. Little junior brother just received a huge impact and fainted unconscious. Plus Howren said with Xiao Ruyan. Concern led to panic. Xiao Ruyan herself was also an alchemist. Earlier, she actually forgot to read Yi Yuan's pulse. All right, that's really great. Xiao Ruyan cried from joy, but plus Howren frowned and said, All right, does he look all right to you? This injury of his, he probably has to lie in bed for a period of time. At present, Yi Yuan looked very miserable. Ignoring external wounds, his internal organs suffered a tremendous impact too. If there were no medicinal pills to assist in healing, a single mishap, and he would die. How could he possibly be fine? Plus Howren's gaze involuntarily looked towards Zhao Chungan hatefully. It was only to see that Zhao Chungan was staring dead straight at Yi Yuan currently. His expression was without a modic. You, M of joy. Sigh. Ji Qing lost in the end. I even thought that the number 1 throne of the capital would be displaced today. Who knew that His Highness the 7th Prince is actually powerful to such an extent already? Ji Qing is still unable to create a miracle in the end, but for him to be able to perform to this step, it's already very heaven-defying. Give him another 1 or 2 years, and he'll surpass His Highness, the 7th Prince, in all aspects. This battle, Ji Qing had a moral victory. That final blow from 7th Prince, even Soul Sea realm martial artists might not be able to receive it. Ji Qing is just a 7th-level crystal formation realm martial artist, but he fought to such an extent with 7th Prince. In my heart, he's the victor. Strong people always garnered people's respect. Yi Yuan's performance had already obtained the recognition of the vast majority of the people present. In their hearts, for Yi Yuan to lose out slightly to the 7th level C transformation, Zhao Cheng'an, with strength a major realm lower, he did not count as a failure no matter what. Xiao Changfeng came close and took a look at the heavily wounded Yi Yuan and looked at Zhao Cheng'an again. For a time, he did not know how he should announce the results. This match, 7th Prince. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Changfeng said halfway, but was interrupted by Yi Yuan's violent coughing sounds. Xiao Rian was overjoyed seeing the situation and said, Ji Qing, you finally woke up. Why you scared me to death? As she said, Xiao Rian cried again. Yi Yuan smiled dryly and said, Ji good disciple, don't cry anymore. Bawl your eyes out, and you won't look pretty anymore. What master promised you is all accomplished. Xiao Rian had a doubtful face as she said, Ji Qing, you clearly already lost. Haha, I said that I was going to pummel him. How can I lose to him? Yi Yuan's laughing affected his wounds, hurting him until he contorted his face in agony. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the expression of Zhao Cheng'an opposite changed. With a puff, a large mouthful of blood spewed out, and he fell down backward. This scene was too sudden. Everyone was caught unprepared. What's going on here? Didn't His Highness, the 7th Prince, won? Isn't this plot reversing too quickly? Can it be? Ji Qing really created a miracle and became the #1 person among the capital's junior generation from here on forth? My Ji, OD, with his present realm, who can Serpa S him in the future? All at once, the entire plaza exploded. Sounds of exclamations rose and fell. This scene was too inconceivable. Ji Qing was clearly already beaten until heavily injured and dying. In a twinkle, the 7th Prince could not make it any more. Instead, Yi Yuan laughed happily. Although he looked very tragic, he was not fearful for his life. And this match, as long as Yi Yuan won, he would be the right and proper capital's #1 person. The future position of Wind Emperor was without a doubt his. Such glory was not even worth mentioning to Yi Yuan, but to the fierce Gale world martial artists, it was paramount. In everyone's understanding, the Wind Emperor would surely be born between Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Cheng'an, the two of them. But now Yi Yuan appeared and utterly upset the entire arrangement. Under Xiao Rian's aid, Yi Yuan consumed a medicinal pill that he refined himself. His injuries took a turn for the better very swiftly. While he was still unable to stand up, his complexion already became rosy, and his essence energy was also in the midst of gradual recovery. Such recovery speed made everyone exclaim in shock again. Family head Xiao announced the results. Yi Yuan urged, This. Xiao Changfeng looked at the Zhao Cheng'an lying on the ground and did not know what to do for a moment. Yi Yuan said with a slight pant, His Dantian is already damaged by me. It will be hard to have any advancement in this lifetime. So, you can announce the results now. What? Dantian damaged? Xiao Changfeng nearly jumped up. Another thunderbolt. Out of the blue, the insufferably arrogant 7th Prince actually became a cripple. Once His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, knows of this matter, how enraged would he be? Ji Qing, why you're framing me up, digging a pit for the Xiao family. Xiao Changfeng stomped in a rage. But Yi Yuan did not care a hoot as he said, With my Qixia mountain backing you up, what are you scared of? Oh, right, there's still something I forgot to tell you. As he said, Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Ruyan and said with a faint smile, "Good disciple, come. I, Ji Qing, in front of the many heroes in the capital today, take you in as a disciple. Acknowledge master now." "What? I acknowledge you as her master." Xiao Changfeng felt like his brain was a little lacking. When did the agreed-upon spouse finding martial compet? 1. Tian suddenly become acknowledging master? Xiao Changfeng stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and was so furious that his entire body was trembling. This move from Yi Yuan was thoroughly cutting the Xiao family away from the royal family. Henceforth, the Xiao family would have to depend on the Qixia mountain lineage, or else they would die without a burial ground. What? Does family head Xiao think that I, Ji Qing, can't teach your daughter? Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiao Changfeng looked at Yi Yuan and was speechless for a long time. Only after a long while did he wave his hand and said, "Forget it, forget it." My Xiao family swore fealty to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, for generation after generation, who knew that when it reached my Xiao Changfeng's hands, it actually fell to such a plight. The story is played out, and the wood has become a boat. What else do I have to say? Ruyan, acknowledge him as your master then. Xiao Changfeng took a deep look at his daughter and was filled with a vicissitude of emotions. He never would have thought that today's spouse, finding martial compet, 1. Tian would actually develop into such a conclusion, obtaining her father's permission. The final trace of kink in Xiao Ruyan's heart also vanished like mist and smoke. At once, she bowed solemnly towards Yi Yuan. Master is high above. Receive disciple Xiao Ruyan's bow. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Ha, good disciple. To think that my Ji Qing's first disciple is actually a girl as exquisite as a flower. Master's present strength is meager and doesn't have anything good to give to you either. This jade slip is used as your master acknowledgement gift. Take it." As he said, Yi Yuan Pa S. said Xiao Ruyan a jade slip. Chapter 433 Xiao Ruyan received the jade slip hesitantly. Her expression was rather vacant. Xiao Ruyan received the jade slip hesitantly. Her expression was rather vacant. She agreed to acknowledge Yi Yuan as her master with ulterior motives, and it was not to really learn something. She did not think that Yi Yuan really prepared a master acknowledgement gift for her. Take a look. Master prepared a set of soul cultivation incantation and 2 sets of refining arts for you. You have to study them well in the future, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Xiao Ruyan sunk her divine sense into the jade slip as told and started to browse. This scene looked extremely comical in everyone's eyes. Yi Yuan's divine soul realm was more or less the same as Xiao Ruyan's, both high-rank alchemy grandmasters. Now, Yi Yuan wanted to take a girl whose strength was relative to his as his disciple. No matter how one looked at it, it was somewhat odd. What do you guys Yi Yuan is playing at here? Xiao Ruyan is one of the capital's dual absolutes. Furthermore, you all look at that concerned look of Xiao Ruyan's when Ji Qing was injured just now. Clearly in love with him. He actually only took her in to be a disciple, aggravating me to death. Xiao Ruyan is my Ji. Oh, Des. Ji Qing is already the capital's #1 now, and he actually dares to trample on my Ji. Oh, Des's dignity. I want to duel him. Screw off you. With that strength of yours, it isn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Still want to duel. However, Ji Qing's action is really unimaginably weird. He himself is just a high-rank alchemy grandmaster. How is he going to teach disciples? In my opinion, this Ji Qing thinks too highly of himself. Even though he's Sovereign Star Abyss's disciple, to talk about giving pointers in alchemy to the alchemy grandmaster Xiao Ruyan, who is his peer, he probably isn't qualified enough yet, right? I'm very curious, though, about what are the things inside his jade slip. Haha, what can there be? Simply his own cultivation methods and refining methods. Just that these things, his comprehension is already slightly stronger than Xiao Ruyan, right? Master teaching disciples was not a simple imparting of cultivation methods. It was more so to clarify doubts for disciples and give pointers to various problems encountered during the process of cultivation, especially alchemy skills. It was deep and profound, hard to learn and hard to be proficient. Everybody knew that Yi Yuan's was amazing at alchemy, but regardless of how incredible he was only an alchemy grandmaster. Regarding higher realm things, how much could he comprehend? Imparting soul cultivation methods and refining methods a little and being someone's master was truly a bit too child's play. And currently, Xiao Ruyan's brows were slightly furrowed, and her expression gradually becoming solemn. Gee. Xiao Ruyan was clearly not yet used to called Yi Yuan Master. Call Master. Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiao Ruyan sucked in a deep breath and called out, Master, this Master's acknowledgement gift is too precious. Haha, you're my disciple. Giving pointers in your cultivation is within Master's duty. What precious! From today onwards, you'll cultivate the soul cultivation method on the jade slip. But you must promise Master that this method absolutely mustn't be divulged. Only you alone can cultivate it. Otherwise, even its flouting teachings, Master, will clean the household. Talking until the back, Yi Yuan's voice became extremely stern. Actually, what Yi Yuan gave Xiao Ruyan was the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation as well as the yin-yang separation flow technique, and the Tri-Origin's samsara art cultivation skills. But what he gave Xiao Ruyan was only the first 5 levels of the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, enough for her to cultivate to peak alchemy sovereign. Moreover, in the jade slip were extremely detailed annotations about the 1,000 augmenting soul incantations and the 2 types of skills. They were all Yi Yuan's notes of his understanding. With these things, no matter how poor one's talent was, cultivating to alchemy kingream was not an issue at all. With Xiao Ruyan's talent, cultivating to peak alchemy sovereign was only a matter of time. In truth, this introduction gift, Yi Yuan considered it carefully too. Just talking about talent, while Xiao Ruyan was not considered at the zenith, she was already pretty decent. Xiao Ruyan's intentions, Yi Yuan was naturally very clear. Furthermore, through this period of living together, Yi Yuan could also trust Xiao Ruyan's character. Since that was the case, why not he be a bit more generous and S down his mantle? Killing Ji Kanglin was a near certain death mission. Even Yi Yuan did not dare guarantee that he could succeed for sure either. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was about to leave the fierce Gale world right away. Towards this eldest disciple of his, he could not be shabby no matter what. Hence, he said these 3 things to Xiao Ruyan. Presumably, with these things, Xiao Ruyan ascending to the divine realm in the future would not pose a problem. Hearing Yi Yuan's warning, Xiao Ruyan's expression changed too, and knew how great the weight of this jade slip in her hand was. Xiao Ruyan was an expert too, sweeping the contents of the jade slip over. She knew the value of this jade slip. She acknowledged him as her master was to get close to Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan really took her to be his legacy successor. After musing, Xiao Ruyan nodded solemnly and said, Our rest, assured, Master. Disciple will engrave the contents inside the jade slip into my divine soul to slowly understand, and absolutely won't reveal it to a third person to know. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Okay, this matter is done. Master's injuries aren't light and still need to head back and recuperate a bout. You follow me back to Qixia Mountain, then. Xiao Ruyan nodded slightly, and actually really supported Yi Yuan like a disciple and left. Yi Yuan nodded slightly at S. H. I. plus Howren. The party was just about to leave when all of a sudden a dozen over figures descended from the skies and blocked their path. The one in front was an old man with age much alike star abysses, and looking from the aura coming off of this person's body, he was actually a divine traversing realm martial artist. Ding Liang, what are you here for? When S.H.I. plus Howren saw the arrival, his brows involuntarily knitted. The old man called Ding Liang did not pay attention to S.H.I. plus Howren and said indifferently, "The Dark Shadow Guards are handling affairs. Unrelated personnel quickly leave. Otherwise, kill without amnesty." Ding Liang's voice was not loud, but it spread out like a large bell. Every single person in the plaza heard it loud and clear. Dark Shadow Guards. It's actually the most mysterious Dark Shadow Guards under the Wind Emperor's command. Is this the power of a sovereign-level powerhouse? As so powerful. What are you still standing there for? If you don't want to die, quickly go. I heard that the Dark Shadow Guards have extremely high autonomy when handling matters and can execute on the spot before reporting. If we don't leave, we'll die a pointless death. There were tens of thousands of people in the plaza, but currently they retreated like tidewater. Very soon, in the vast plaza, only Yi Yuan's group and Ding Liang's group were left. Ding Liang, what the H.E.L. are you doing? S.H.I. plus Howren asked again unhappily. Although he was a full major realm lower than Ding Liang, in terms of status, he was not inferior to Ding Liang. Hence, he dared to directly call his name. S.H.I. plus Howren was the number one person under Star Abyss. Other than needing to give a disciple's bow when facing the Wind Emperor, he could directly disregard other people. Ding Liang still did not answer. He took a look at the unconscious Zhao Chungan not far away, and his brows involuntarily furrowed. He asked Yi Yuan, "His Highness, the seventh prince, was defeated by you?" Not knowing why, since the beginning earlier, Yi Yuan's eyelids kept twitching constantly and had an uneasy feeling. He had a feeling that this Ding Liang did not come with good intentions. Seeing Ding Liang pose a question, Yi Yuan said, "So what if yes? Can it be that you want to take revenge for him?" "Ha ha! Taking revenge naturally won't reach this old man's turn. Yi Yuan, take a trip with me," Ding Liang said with a light laugh. Chapter 434. Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed, but he had an indifferent look on his face as he said, "Are you talking to me? However, did you call the wrong name?" Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed, but he had an indifferent look on his face as he said, "Are you talking to me? However, did you call the wrong name?" Ding Liang said expressionlessly, "I didn't call the wrong name. You're well aware in your heart. However, you actually defeated His Highness, the seventh prince, to this extent. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, most likely won't let you return." S.H.I. plus Howren's face fell as he said, "Ding Liang, you don't say some things here that make neither head nor tails to confuse the public. Just spit out what you have to say. But if you want to touch little junior brother, go past me first." Ding Liang looked at S.H.I. plus Howren and said with a smile, "You call him as your little junior brother repeatedly. You know his true ident. One tie?" S.H.I. plus Howren said with a cold smile, "Your meaning is that Master Star Abyss is blind to take little junior brother in as a disciple?" Ding Liang's expression faltered slightly. S.H.I. plus Howren bringing out Star Abyss, this great Buddha, involuntarily made him have to reply carefully. Although Star Abyss's realm was similar to his, he was a character that even the Wind Emperor dreaded. Moreover, Star Abyss being protective of his people was known to all. If one really infuriated him, he would do anything. Of course, I don't have this meaning. But maybe Lord Star Abyss is also kept in the dark? Ding Liang obviously would not fall for it. Humph! If little junior brother really deceived Master Star Abyss, there will naturally be his elderly self to punish. When did it come to your dark shadow guards to carry out a superfluous action? Little junior brother, let's go. S-H-I, plus Howard said with a cold snort. As he said S-H-I, plus Howard brought his fellow apprentices and prepared to circle around Ding Liang to leave. How could Ding Ling let them go? With a slight S-H-I plus F-T in footsteps, he blocked in front of them again. S-H-I plus Howard's brows furrowed, and his tone gradually chilled. Ding Liang, are you bent on instigating antagonism between the royal family and the Alchemist A.S. Association? Ding Liang shook his head and said, Alchemy King S-H-I plus doesn't need to be like this. Ding Liang is also here on orders. Your little junior brother is a spy who had infiltrated from the endless world. This point is already conclusive beyond all doubt. If Alchemy King S-H-I plus doesn't believe, you can ask him yourself. S-H-I plus Howard's heart plummeted and was invariably caught in a dilemma. In truth, through Ding Liang's words earlier, S-H-I plus Howard already had some suspicions. But he was still not willing to believe that this was true from the bottom of his heart. After musing for a moment, S-H-I plus Howard forcefully pressed down the doubts in his heart and said to Ding Liang, this matter is much too important. Wanna ask? It's also not my turn to ask. I'll bring little junior brother back, right now. Master Star Abyss, he will handle it impartially. Ding Liang's face fell, and wished that he could kill S-H-I plus Howard with one palm. Handle my asterisk SS impartially. If you bring this boy back, you all will close your doors to handle impartially. At that time, do I have to go before Star Abyss to ask for him? No way. This matter is already investigated clearly. Alchemy King S-H-I plus has no need to go back and ask Lord Star Abyss. I'm bringing away Yi Yuan right now. When the time comes, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, will explain to Lord Star Abyss personally. Ding Liang said immediately. I said earlier, wanna touch little junior brother. Pa S me first. Ding Liang, if you have the capabilities, then kill me. S-H-I plus Howard said angrily. You. Ding Liang was so angered that he was spouting smoke from 7 orifices. As they spoke, both parties' gunpowder smell gradually thickened, with the manner of a single word of disagreement, and they would fight. But if they really fought, Yi Yuan's side would definitely be at a huge disadvantage. The other party not only had Ding Liang, this divine traversing realm powerhouse, but the others were also mostly Soul Sea realm experts too. Yi Yuan's side were all a bunch of alchemists. How could they be the Dark Shadow Guard's match? Fine. I'll expose his ident. 1. Tie in front of everybody. See how you still defend him. Lan Hu, come out for me. Ding Liang howled. A figure appeared in front of everyone. When Yi Yuan saw the arrival, his face could not help changing too. That last trace of a fluke was also all gone. Long time no see, Yi Yuan. In order to find you, I've flipped the entire capital over these past few months. I didn't think that you'd actually be right under my eyelids, and even became Sovereign Star Abyss's disciple. If not for today, I was seized with a sudden impulse to come here and take a look at the spouse finding Marshall Compet. 1. Tie-in. I'm afraid that I wouldn't even know when you escape back to the endless world. Although Lan Hu said it smilingly, anyone could tell the fury in his words. These words said by Lan, who was not in any way exaggerated. These few months he would go to the city gates and keep watch there, hoping to discover Yi Yuan. Yet several months went by, and he did not even have any hint of information. He never would have thought that Yi Yuan not only entered the capital long ago, but Yi Yuan also even became Sovereign Star Abyss's 8th disciple. This discovery made him depressed until he was about to vomit blood. Seeing Lan, who Yi Yuan knew that his tracks were ultimately still exposed. Knowing that he could not conceal it, Yi Yuan gave a faint sigh and said, "So it's Lan Hu Ha. It's really been a long time since we've met. I didn't think that you'd actually pay such close attention to my affairs." When Yi Yuan's words came out, the facial expressions of S, H, I, plus Howren, and the others changed drastically. This was equivalent to him acknowledging the matter of being a spy. How is this possible? I clearly investigated your divine soul before. All of the characteristics were exactly identical with us fierce-scale world martial artists. By the side, Xiao Chongfeng's face already turned deathly pale, and still did not dare to quite believe it until now. Hearing these words, Ding Liang had a doubtful look too. His realm was much higher than Xiao Chongfeng's, and could sense that Yi Yuan's divine soul was no different from fierce-scale world martial artists. If not for Lan, who seeing Yi Yuan before with his own eyes, it was utterly impossible for him to suspect Yi Yuan. In truth, if not for this point, perhaps Yi Yuan would have been exposed long ago. It was impossible to be arrogant under their eyelids until now. Among the people that Yi Yuan came into contact with, many were high-tier martial artists and could very easily detect the abnormality of his divine soul. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Ha, that's very simple." As he said, Yi Yuan's divine soul underwent a minute transformation. But everyone's faces changed. How is this possible? Everybody's eyes went wide and stared at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Even the sovereign-level powerhouse, Ding Liang's pupils constricted. He was evidently abnormally shocked. Nothing is impossible. It's just slightly altering the characteristics of the divine soul, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Only after a long while did everyone recover from the shock. Ding Liang said with a solemn voice, "S-H-I plus Howren, you saw it too. What else is there to say? This child's talent is even more monstrous than Shangguan Lingyun and His Highness, the 7th Prince. He absolutely mustn't be allowed to leave. Or else, he's bound to be my fierce-scale, world's mortal malady in the future." S-H-I plus Howren's expression flickered ceaselessly. Clearly, his heart was endlessly conflicted. Yi Yuan suddenly said, "Many thanks for eldest senior brother's and senior's care these few days. Little brother is also helpless. That's why I hid my ident. One tie. Today's matter will be shouldered by little brother alone. Eldest senior brother, please return." At this juncture, S-H-I plus Howren falling out and becoming enemies with him was an extremely normal thing. Yi Yuan obviously would not bear enmity against him. On the contrary, he was very grateful for S-H-I plus Howren's care this period of time. S-H-I plus Howren's this sort of S-H-I plus Elding One's shortcomings very much matched Yi Yuan's appet. However, what made Yi Yuan surprised was that S-H-I plus Howren suddenly blocked in front of him and said to Ding Liang, "No matter who he is, he's my little junior brother. You want to bring him away? Sure. But I have to bring him back to Qixia Mountain first, and let Master Star Abyss deal with him first. Before anything else, he's my little junior brother. And, body can think about touching a hair of his." Chapter 435. You're really impervious to reason. Do you know what the consequences of protecting this boy are? The words from S.H.I plus Howren angered Ding Liang until he stomped his foot. You're really impervious to reason. Do you know what the consequences of protecting this boy are? The words from S.H.I plus Howren angered Ding Liang until he stomped his foot. S.H.I plus Howren already thought it through currently and was no longer conflicted. He immediately said coolly, I'm only saying to wait until he returns to Qixia Mountain. I didn't say to let him back to the fierce Gale world either. What are you kicking up a fuss for? You're aware of Master Star Abyss's character. If I hand Yi Yuan to you today, I'll die very horribly when I return, while you likewise won't feel nice. Ding Liang could not help choking up. Star Abyss's sanctions were still fresh in everyone's minds. Humph. Let's go. Seeing Ding Liang waver, S.H.I plus Howren gave a cold snort and was about to bring them away. Wait a minute. Ding Liang suddenly woke up and gave a loud cry. S.H.I plus Howren, don't you compel me to use force. As he said, the aura of divine traversing realm released. Everyone's faces changed. The oppression of a divine traversing realm was not a joke. Ding Liang did not even make a move yet, and everyone already had a feeling like the heaven was rent asunder and the earth cracked. Even breathing was very laborious, as if somebody was clutching their throats. What was the notion of divine traversing realm? This was basically the pinnacle existence for lower realm martial artists, a character that stood at the very peak of the food chain, an existence like the spire of a pyramid. Once such a character made a move, ordinary people utterly did not have the chance to resist. Even Soul Sea realm martial artists were also ant-like existences in front of divine, traversing realms. When Ding Liang demonstrated his power, S.H.I plus Howren's face changed too. He was not an arrogant and conceited person. In front of Ding Liang, he did not have the leeway to retaliate at all. But in order to bring little junior brother back to Qixia Mountain today, he was ready to risk it all. This was something that must be done by someone of the Star Abyss tutelage. Want to punish? It was also punishment by their own people. When was it other people's turn to punish? Everyone had their own insistence, and S.H.I plus Howren's insistence was the pride of Star Abyss's line as well as protection towards their own people. Ding Liang, if you have the capabilities, then kill me. S.H.I plus Howren's words revealed an icy cold intent. Ding Liang suddenly let out a sigh and said, S.H.I plus Howren, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, has already issued the order to be sure to bring Yi Yuan away. Apologies, I can only offend. Only to see him wave his sleeves grandly. An enormous force sent S.H.I plus Howren flying out. Poo work, S.H.I plus Howren crashed heavily onto the ground and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Eldest senior brother. Seeing S.H.I plus Howren sustain injuries, Yi Yuan's expression changed. Ding Liang did not hesitate in the slightest and took this chance to directly reach his hand out and grab at Yi Yuan. A horrifying, oppressive power directly shackled Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan actually could not move at all and could only let Ding Liang capture at his discretion. But at this time, a beautiful shadow suddenly blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was taken aback from shock and yelled out, Ruyan, get away from me. Xiao Ruyan's hands stretched out and turned a deaf ear to Yi Yuan's words. But she shut her eyes, a manner of waiting for death. Regardless of who you are, you're my Xiao Ruyan's master. I can't watch you die. Ding Liang. Wanna kill? You kill me together too. Xiao Ruyan reproached daintily. Humph, ignorant child, to actually help an enemy from another world. I still have some trepidation towards S.H.I I plus Howren, but just with a little baby girl who's still wet behind her ears like yourself. Do you really take me to not dare to kill you? Since you wish to die, I'll help you achieve your aim. Ding Liang said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan was so anxious that he broke into a cold sweat. He cursed, "You dumb asterisk, SS. Quickly get lost for me. You hear?" Yi Yuan was suppressed dead by Ding Liang's aura and completely could not move at all. And that battle with Zhao Chungan prior to this, his wounds were extremely severe. Now, he completely did not have the slightest bit of strength to retaliate. Ding Liang wanting to kill Xiao Ruyan was simply as easy as blowing away dust. Could it be that he had to watch Xiao Ruyan die before him helplessly? Right then, Yi Yuan's eyes blurred. Ding Liang's figure was suddenly totally blocked. A large fatty suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Xiao Ruyan. It was precisely second senior brother, Tang Ji. Tang Ji looked at Ding Liang calmly as he said coolly, "Ding Liang, kill me together too. I want to see how many people can you kill today." As he said, the other 5 seniors blocked in front of Yi Yuan too, covering him solidly. At this instant, Yi Yuan's eyes unwittingly became somewhat wet. These seniors clearly knew that he was someone from another world, yet they actually barricaded in front of him without any hesitation. This grat, 1-2'd, Yi Yuan probably could not cut it off in this lifetime, no matter what. Humph, who says that I must kill you guys? Just the likes of the few of you also wish to get in the way of me capturing this boy? Ding Liang gave a cold snort and lightly slapped out a palm. Immediately, violent winds howled, sending everyone flying. The strength of a divine traversing realm martial artist was simply inexorable. Poork! Yi Yuan was originally already heavily injured. At this time, injuries piled on top of injuries, and he could not hold back the sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. A blur before his eyes. A silhouette appeared before him. Really can't tell that you, boy, actually have such charm to make so many people willingly die for you. However, I want to see who else can stop me from capturing you now. Ding Liang said, lightly with his hands behind his back. Yi Yuan's complexion was as pale as paper and was already very frail. He looked at Ding Liang cold and detachedly and said coolly, "Ding Liang, right? If I don't die today, there will definitely come the day where you'll regret it." Ding Liang's actions already touched Yi Yuan's reverse scale. Yi Yuan spoke very calmly, but the calmer he was, the more enraged it meant he currently was. If not for Tang Ji earlier, Xiao Ruyan would already be a dead person. Ding Liang was wary of the ident. 1 ties of S, H, I, plus Howren and the others, but he completely thought nothing of Xiao Ruyan. What capitals dual absolutes? In the eyes of a character like Ding Liang, it was a joke. When needed, he did not mind ruthlessly destroying a flower at all. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Ding Liang's brows involuntarily knitted. He said with a cold smile, "Young man, you're thinking too much. Don't forget where you are right now. This place is the fierce-scale world, not the endless world. Even if I let you leave today, do you think that you can escape from the capital? In here, everyone is your enemy. You alone are facing an entire small world. Hence, don't hold any chances in your heart. You won't have the opportunity to take revenge." Ding Liang did not suspect Yi Yuan's words, and also did not feel that Yi Yuan's words had any laughable areas. Yi Yuan defeated Zhao Chungan, who was a full major realm higher than him with 7th level crystal formation realm cultivation. Such monstrous talent, Serpa S. Sing him in the future, was practically set in stone. Yet, the Wind Emperor would not give him the opportunity. Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Yi Yuan was extremely feeble right now and already could not be bothered to carry out meaningless arguments with Ding Liang. He shut his eyes and slowly revolved his skill to refine the medicinal strength. All right, it's late. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is most likely already anxious from waiting. Take a trip with me, Ding Lian said. His hand reached towards Yi Yuan once more. Ding Lian, you treated my disciples in such a manner. Have you made the preparations to receive my wrath? Right then, a cold voice suddenly sounded out and transmitted into everyone's ears. When S.H.I. plus Howren and the others heard this voice, they could not help becoming overjoyed. Chapter 436, a faint divine soul aura rippled out. Everyone only felt the pressure on their bodies ease up. That sort of stifling feeling previously instantly vanished with a trace. A faint divine soul aura rippled out. Everyone only felt the pressure on their bodies ease up. That sort of stifling feeling previously instantly vanished with a trace. Master, S.H.I. plus Howren, and the others called out in one voice. A figure stood in the air, facing Ding Liang across a distance. Who could it be but Star Abyss? Our Lord Star Abyss. Seeing Star Abyss, Ding Liang also involuntarily lowered his proud head. Regardless, where the status of alchemists was exceptionally venerated. Even in the fear-scale world, where alchemy skills had declined, an alchemy sovereign powerhouse like Star Abyss still had a lofty status. The reason was none other than because the medicinal pills required by divine traversing realm experts, only Star Abyss could refine them. This was the reason behind the pride of S.H.I. plus Howren and the others. What kind of existence alchemy sovereign powerhouses were, one just had to look at the medicinal theory CLA S.Yi Yuan studied back then at the Danwu Academy to understand this point. A theory foundation left behind by an alchemy sovereign became the holy scripture that the entire continent pursued. This was a character that could leave behind a legend on a plane. An era might have many, many divine traversing realm powerhouses, but the number of alchemy sovereign powerhouses were scanty few. Star Abyss's status in the entire fear-scale world could be seen at a glance. Ding Liang, you beat up all of my 8 disciples until heavy injuries today. This account, do I find you to settle it, or should I go and claim from Zhao Tianyin? Star Abyss said coolly. Ding Liang sweated heavily. He did not think that Star Abyss would actually arrive so quickly. This time, it was not easy to wind this matter up. Ding Liang was a little too rash. But Lord Star Abyss, this new disciple of yours, is the Endless World's spy. Lord Wind Emperor gave a death order to definitely bring him back to interrogate. Ding Liang was helpless and could only bring out Wind Emperor. Star Abyss waved his hand and said, Yi Yuan's matter. I'll go explain to Zhao Tianyin myself. Now you can leave. I'm afraid that this is inappropriate, right? Ding Liang did not think that Star Abyss was actually so unyielding. For a spy from another world, he actually did not even give face to the Wind Emperor. Star Abyss shot him an indifferent glance and said, Then, are you prepared to take care of me together too? Ding Liang was shocked and hurriedly said, Dare not, dare not. Even if Ding Liang's guts were any greater, I wouldn't dare to make a move against Lord Star Abyss either. But Star Abyss no longer bothered with him and said to his disciples directly, Support your little junior brother and follow me. Ding Liang's heart was gloomy. Indeed, like master, like disciple, this master and disciple's way of handling things was simply carved from the same mold. They were directly treating him like heir. But Ding Liang daring to make a move against S.H.I. plus Howren and the rest did not mean that he dared to attack Star Abyss. Making a move against S.H. I plus Howren, and the rest still had room for maneuver. But making a move against Star Abyss's actual person was equivalent to the royal family and the Alchemist A.S. Association breaking away completely, with the Alchemist A.S. Association's rallying power. Forget about them. These divine traversing realm experts having a chance to have any medicinal pill to use in the future. Most likely, in the entire Fear-Scale world, no martial artists could get medicinal pills. Even the Shao family and Tong family, these alchemy families who depended on the royal family, they would probably close down their stores very soon as well. Yi Yuan did not think that Star Abyss would actually S.H.I. plus ELD him so domineeringly, making him feel a warmth in his heart. Although the current Yi Yuan was just a small character in the war between two worlds, his monstrous talent had already been revealed. The Wind Emperor would not let him leave easily, Star Abyss saying this was tantamount to falling out with the Wind Emperor. Such resolve. How could Yi Yuan not appreciate the kindness? You caused an uproar in the capital actually just to take in a disciple. Star Abyss transmitted his voice. Thick displeasure was revealed in his words. Very clearly, stirring up this situation was not what he wished to see. To be able to send Yi Yuan away noiselessly, that was the best outcome. Yet, Yi Yuan was simply not a law-abiding person, and actually caused storms to rage throughout the entire capital for a girl. Even more Nabel was that Yi Yuan defeated everyone, but the final outcome was not to hug a beauty back, but just to accept a disciple. This sort of powerful and unconstrained style of doing things also made Star Abyss, tan thunderstruck until he was tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "For real men, some things are necessary, while other things absolutely mustn't be done. Since we're friends, how can I watch her jump into a fire pit, helplessly? It's just that I never thought that thorough considerations would have an oversight. There was actually still somebody who recognizes me in the capital. Forget it. Don't know what kind of fortune this little girl garnered in her previous life to actually be able to encounter a person like you. Follow me back first. This matter still needs to be discussed at length. You actually wasted Zhao Chang'an. The Wind Emperor most likely won't leave the matter at that." Star Abyss heaved a sigh. Great grace can't be thanked with words. Today's matter, Yi Yuan remembered it. Yi Yuan said coolly, "What's there to thank? If you were really a spy, I wouldn't care less about you. It's just who asked you to be somebody that Master, his elderly self, holds in high esteem?" Star Abyss said with a sigh. Didn't think that one day Yi Yuan, would actually receive Li Daohong's grace, Yi Yuan said with a self-ridiculing laugh. Star Abyss had just brought everyone, and walked not far out when he discovered a silhouette blocking their path. This scene happened too unreal, making everyone unwittingly feel their eyes blurring, because just earlier there was clearly an body there. But the next instant, a person suddenly popped up there, as if he appeared out of thin air. Such a bizarre thing involuntarily made people feel a chill down their spine. Looking at the arrival, Star Abyss's expression had an indescribable graveness. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and already had some guesses about this person's ident. One tie. Star Abyss, although your alchemist A.S. Association isn't under my rule, harboring people from another world like this truly make us bitterly disappointed. The person opened his mouth and said apathetically, "This person that showed up bizarrely was actually the absolute sovereign of the Fear-Scale world, the Wind Emperor Zhao Tianyin. And he was also the Fear-Scale world's one and only boundless realm martial artist, an existence that looked down upon myriad worlds. Zhao Tianyin's age did not look old, still maintaining the appearance of a middle-aged person. Seemed like in his younger days, he was already an extremely powerful existence. Of course, if he was not a peerlessly talented person, how could he possibly break through to the boundless realm in the lower realms and attain the position of the Wind Emperor? Zhao Tianyin wore a casual dragon robe. Apart from this, there were not too many ornaments, seemingly no different from an ordinary person. It actually gave people a feeling of returning to one's original simplicity. Star Abyss sucked in a deep breath and said in a slightly low voice, "Since you know that the Alchemist A.S. Association isn't under your jurisdiction, why did you dare to touch my disciples?" Even an existence like Star Abyss, when facing a boundless realm powerhouse, felt immense pressure too. One had to know that under such an environment like the lower realms, boundless realm represented invincibility. Even peak divine traversing realm martial artists were only just slightly stronger ants in front of the boundless realm Wind Emperor. If not for this, why would the Grand Yin True Sect need to sacrifice countless divine traversing realm martial artists to cast the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array back then? Zhao Tianyin ruminated for a moment and said coolly, "Looks like you knew his ident. 1. Tai long ago." Chapter 4:37. My own disciple, of course I know. If I didn't know beforehand, why would I appear here now? Star Abyss said, "My own disciple, of course I know. If I didn't know beforehand, why would I appear here now?" Star Abyss said, "Although you're the Alchemist A.S. Association's chairman, you're also born and bred in the fear scale world. Is what you're doing here treating this land that raised you fairly?" 1. I didn't do anything that let down the fear scale world. 2nd, my disciple also didn't do anything to let down the fear scale world. The so-called conspiracy theories are completely conceived out of your own imagination. My disciple only came to save his seniors. Being serious, my disciple came to the fear scale world still because the Swift Wind Guards captured his seniors. Isn't it so? But you also saw this child's strength. If we let him leave unchecked, he'll be my fear scale world's mortal malady. Once he leaves, there will be many, many fear scale world brave warriors that will die in his hands next time. You're also a 10 of a world. Don't you consider for your people? The two people had a lively conversation and were actually like old friends of many years chatting. These two people did not belong to the same group. Although they knew each other for many years, they were not some old friends. Star Abyss even once caused mayhem in the capital for his disciples' matter and forced the third prince to death. But at their realm and status, every action had the demeanor of an expert and would naturally not look like lower-level martial artists squabbling. Yet, from the contents of their conversation, their opinions clearly could not reach a consensus. The smell of gunpowder gradually thickened as well. This was absolutely not some good news to Yi Yuan's side, and the Wind Emperor's words clearly struck Star Abyss's Achilles' heel. If Yi Yuan returned to the endless world, there would bound to be many fear-scale world martial artists who would die in his hands in the future. In such a war between two worlds, and, body could detach themselves from it. Yi Yuan could enter deep into the fear-scale world today for his seniors. He would surely have to kill people for his close ones in the future, and Yi Yuan's potential was seriously too scary. This point, no one could refute. These words that the Wind Emperor said was actually equivalent to admitting that he dreaded Yi Yuan very much. Humph, posing as someone with high morals. Yi Yuan suddenly said with a cold snort. Once these words came out, everyone's countenance changed visibly. In this world, there was actually somebody who dared to provoke the Wind Emperor. Even if Yi Yuan's talent was heaven-defying, this Gaul was also too fat. Even if Yi Yuan defeated Zhao Cheng'an before the Wind Emperor, he was still nothing at all. As long as the Wind Emperor was willing, he could kill Yi Yuan without even needing a finger. Soul Sea Realm. the divine soul communicating with one's essence energy. C. One could manipulate heaven and earth essence energy. Divine traversing ream. The divine soul and essence energy C merge into one, roaming the world freely. One could manipulate heaven and earth essence energy in a large scope. Boundless realm. The divine soul gains a preliminary glimpse into the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. One could take control of heaven and earth essence energy within a fixed boundary. Saying that they were controllers was not over the top. Hence, the Wind Emperor wanting to kill Yi Yuan now was practically just a matter of a thought. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Zhao Tianyin glanced sideways slightly and looked at Yi Yuan. Everyone's hearts were thumping and had no clue how the Wind Emperor would punish Yi Yuan. Is there wait for you to speak here? Puny little crystal formation martial artist saw us and actually dare to not kneel. Zhao Tianyin's dignified voice sounded. Zhao Tianyin was not seen taking any action either. All of a sudden, the surrounding heaven and earth essence energy became berserk and actually squeezed towards Yi Yuan like a cage. This was too sudden. Everyone did not react in time. Immediately, Yi Yuan felt a weight of 30,000 caddies on his shoulders, as if a pair of large hands was forcefully pressing him down to make him kneel. Yi Yuan clenched his fists tightly and his knees gradually bending. All the bones in his body gave off creaking sounds as he used all the strength in his body to resist. Who, the Hell, are you to also fit to make me kneel down? Yi Yuan's face turned red, and he said this sentence word by word. Zhao Tianyin said emotionlessly, "We are the ruler of a world. Could it be that we cannot bear a kneel of yours?" Yi Yuan, only kneel to parents and don't kneel to the heaven. Compared to the heaven, what do you even count as? As he said, Yi Yuan's jaws were chattering. Each word needed to use his entire body's strength. Yi Yuan's back was already bent, both legs slightly curved, but he stubbornly refused to kneel down. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's faces, including Zhao Tianyin's, all changed. What martial artists practiced was heavenly Tao. What they feared most and held in reverence most was also heavenly Tao. The might of heavenly Tao was what humans simply could not surmise. Yi Yuan actually uttered words like this, simply too unbridled. Speaking recklessly of heaven, truly don't know life from death. With your strength, how do you know the terror of heaven? Zhao Tianyin said, Zhao Tianyin, you're still not staying your hand yet. Humiliating my disciple like today, you have to make preparations to receive my wrath. Star Abyss saw Yi Yuan's agonizing state, and his heart pounded. Speaking recklessly about heaven among the people present here, there was probably an body who understood heaven better than Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was burdened with a deeply seated blood feud and had already long lost awe and veneration towards heaven. Alive again, he was going against heaven. The heaven wanted to exterminate him, Yi Yuan. Then Yi Yuan, was going to ask the heaven why it was so unjust, although it was uncertain who Yi Yuan's enemy was. A person that could kill a peak alchemy emperor was definitely among the peak existences in the divine realm. Compared to them, Zhao Tianyin truly did not count as anything. Moreover, with Yi Yuan former ident, 1. Tai, how could he willingly kneel down towards a puny little boundless realm? If it were before, boundless realm was not even fit to lick Yi Yuan's shoes. Star Abyss could understand Yi Yuan's words. He did not feel surprised. But Zhao Tianyin humiliating Yi Yuan like this was what he could not accept. Who knew that this time, Zhao Tianyin was a never-before unyielding. Star Abyss, although I dread your ident, 1. Tai, it's not without a bottom line. Furthermore, not everyone by your side can scorn our prestige. Even if he's your disciple, making him kneel down to greet us the first time meeting us is not considered overboard, right? Moreover, he crippled Goner. This kneel serves as making an apology. With Zhao Tianyin saying it like this, Star Abyss really had nothing to say. If Yi Yuan was his 8th disciple, even if Yi Yuan was somebody from the endless world, kneeling down to greet the Wind Emperor was nothing inappropriate. But the problem was that making an alchemy emperor kneel to the Wind Emperor was an unprecedented humiliation. Although Star Abyss did not interact much with Yi Yuan regarding his temperament, he still had some understanding. Even if Yi Yuan were to die, it was also not possible to kneel towards the Wind Emperor. For a moment, Star Abyss fell into a dilemma and did not know what words he should use to rebut Zhao Tianyin. Right then, Xiao Ruyan suddenly scurried out from the crowd and kneeled to the Wind Emperor with a slam. "Your Majesty, the Wind Emperor, I beg you, let Master go. He only did it for the sake of saving his seniors, and is really not a spy. If your Majesty wishes to punish, Ruyan is willing to die in his place." Xiao Ruyan's face was smeared in tears, but her face had indescribable stubbornness. "Ruyan, you mustn't be rude. Get back for me." Xiao Changfeng hastily reproached in alarm when he saw the situation. Offending the Wind Emperor was not a burden that his Xiao family could bear. Chapter 438, the Wind Emperor turned his head slightly to look at Xiao Ruyan. Yi Yuan could not help freaking out in his heart. The Wind Emperor turned his head slightly to look at Xiao Ruyan. Yi Yuan could not help freaking out in his heart. He had long seen through that this Wind Emperor was not some good-natured person. To be able to kick off a war between two worlds for his own personal interests, such a person was a fierce and ambitious person no matter how one looked at him. How could such a character take pity on a frail little girl? You, this baby girl, don't know what's good for you either. To actually help an aberrant person from another world plead for leniency. The Xiao family received our grace for generations, and this is how you repay us. All right then, since you want to die, then we will send you off. The Wind Emperor's words did not carry the slightest hint of emotion, making people feel a chill in their hearts when they heard them. "Don't!" Yi Yuan shouted, but it was as if Zhao Tianyin did not hear it at all, only to see him raise his hand slightly, his index finger lightly flicked. A starlight flew towards Xiao Ruyan's heart like a comet, and Body had any suspicion that as long as this bit of starlight touched Xiao Ruyan, she would be dead for sure. But at this time, who could save her? The starlight arrived in front of Xiao Ruyan in the blink of an eye, but it was like Xiao Ruyan did not see it at all. She currently had her back turned to look at Yi Yuan, giving him a gentle smile. Swaz. H. Plus bang. The starlight did not strike Xiao Ruyan, but flew towards the far end. SMAs. Plussing onto the ground. An enormous rumble sounded. Rock fragments were smashed flying all around. Xiao Ruyan disappeared. Regarding this surprise, the Wind Emperor was calm like before. He then turned to Yi Yuan. "Spatial spirit artifact, looks like I still underestimated you." Turned out that in that critical juncture just now, Yi Yuan unleashed the spatial spirit artifact and transported Xiao Ruyan inside. This scene naturally could not escape the Wind Emperor's eyes. However, you can't even protect yourself right now. You actually still have the thought to bother with others. I want to see to what extent you can hold out. Zhao Tianyin's voice had just faded when Yi Yuan suddenly felt the pressure around him immediately increased multiple folds. That horrifying pressure even squeezed the S-P-A-C until it morphed, giving people a very unreal feeling when looked at. And Yi Yuan's body sunk down more than half under this kind of pressure. One knee was practically on the verge of touching the ground. Poor Yi Yuan spurred the essence energy in his body frenziedly, trying to straighten up his back desperately. Under the enormous pressure, Yi Yuan finally could not resist vomiting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Not only so, under the compression of S.P.A.C., the skin on Yi Yuan's entire body also cracked, oozing out blood, looking very wretched. Zhao Tianyin, if you have the capabilities, kill me, even if I'm beaten until my bones are ground to dust. I also won't kneel down. Yi Yuan practically snarled it out. Kill you? Killing you is too easy. As long as I'm willing, what's hard about grinding your bones to dust? But I only want your kneel, Zhao Tianyin said coolly. Zhao Tianyin waved his hand once more. The pressure around Yi Yuan skyrocketed once more. Very clearly, as long as he was willing, he could crush Yi Yuan's body into pieces with just this move. And the pressure that he was applying right now was just a drop in the bucket of his strength. The goal was to make Yi Yuan kneel down. Under the tremendous pressure, Yi Yuan's consciousness gradually blurred. His body dropped bit by bit too. Seeing Yi Yuan's wretched appearance, Star Abyss's fury finally ignited too. However, he had yet to take action when he heard Zhao Tianyin say indifferently, Star Abyss, I advise that you better not make a move. You're aware, on the martial path, you're too weak. As he said, Zhao Tianyin casually pointed with a finger again. Heaven and earth essence energy immediately formed a thin membrane, wrapping Star Abyss inside. Star Abyss's face changed and smacked out a palm at the thin membrane. Bang! The thin membrane did not move a hint, and Star Abyss was actually bounced back. This was the strength of a boundless realm martial artist. Even the sovereign-level Star Abyss was so incapable of withstanding a single blow in front of Zhao Tianyin. All right, wait there obediently. After I take care of this brat, we'll slowly chat, Zhao Tianyin said faintly. Star Abyss gritted his teeth and said, Zhao Tianyin, you deserve death. But Zhao Tianyin did not pay attention to Star Abyss anymore. He increased essence energy for Yi Yuan once more. Arg! Suddenly, Yi Yuan's aura rose frenziedly. His eyes were blood red as he stared at Zhao Tianyin icily. Zhao Tianyin said lightly, burning blood essence, huh? Burning 50% of blood essence in one go, you virtually already ruined your own foundation. Doing this just in order to not kneel down before me? Truly an obstinate youth. But the more this is the case, the more I want to make you kneel. Ha ha. Yi Yuan was heavily injured originally. Under Zhao Tianyin's pressure, he had reached his limits long ago already. He could persist until now by relying entirely on a single conviction to hang in there. Yi Yuan was self-aware that he was certain to be killed and simply burnt 50% blood essence in one shot, instantly filling the essence energy in his body to the brim. Under such a condition, he actually slowly stood up a little. However, all of this was futile. Yi Yuan compared to boundless realm martial artists, the gap was too great. Just pushed back some, and Zhao Tianyin's slightly exerted pressure again, immediately plussing Yi Yuan down. Boom! Yi Yuan's feet actually trod the ground until it caved in. And at this time, Yi Yuan's knee was only a mere couple of inches distance away from the ground. Burning 50% blood essence was also unable to resist even a tiny bit of time. Yi Yuan's consciousness became increasingly blurry, yet there was a voice in his heart telling him nonstop, don't kneel, don't kneel. The current Yi Yuan was already dyed by his blood until he became a blood person, looking terrifyingly ghastly. When everyone saw this scene, their faces could not help showing a visible change in countenance. A crystal formation, Realm Youth, actually displayed such a stubborn side in front of a boundless realm martial artist. Although these people were all Zhao Qiannin's subjects, at this very instant they unwittingly felt pity for Yi Yuan in his hearts. Why geniuses were called geniuses was not only because they needed to have outstanding talent, but they also needed unyielding belief and a tenacious personality even more. Yi Yuan possessed all the qualities that a genius should have, and originally should soar to the skies in one move. But today, he was cruelly humiliated by Zhao Tianyin, and ultimately could not escape death. Such a violent method rather made people hold in contempt. Killing people was merely the head hitting the ground. But shaming like this hurt morals and conscience. Yi Yuan felt the strength in his body waning bit by bit. Resisting the spatial compression was progressively more abilities falling short of one's will. Up to here, This was Yi Yuan's final thought. Finally, he could not endure any more, and he fainted. Seeing this scene, the corner of Wind Emperor Zhao Tiannin's mouth revealed a trace of a victor's smile. Yet, Yi Yuan's body did not collapse. A beautiful figure walked out of the void and caught the Yi Yuan who was about to kneel down. The woman gave a melancholic sigh and said, "Apologies, Mr. Yi. Li'er came a step late and made you suffer." This woman was precisely Li'er. Her appearance was as if a celestial fairy descending to the mortal world. There weren't any signs in advance at all. Seeing Li'er, Zhao Qiannin's expression underwent a change for the first time. A solemn expression actually appeared. With his strength, he actually did not discover that a person was hidden in the void. "Who are you? To actually dare barge into the capital?" Zhao Tianyin said grimly. Chapter 439. Li'er completely did not bother with Zhao Tianyin at all. Li'er completely did not bother with Zhao Tianyin at all, only to see her slowly extend an exquisite arm, gently pressing her palm on Yi Yuan's chest. A light halo spread out on Yi Yuan's chest, and it actually gave people a peaceful feeling. Seeing that Li'er did not pay attention to him at all, the Wind Emperor's face fell slightly, "Humph, ignorant of what you're saying, to actually dare offend us. Deserve to die." Zhao Tianyin flicked a finger with one hand. A stream of light instantly arrived before Li'er. Yet, right at that moment, a bizarre scene appeared. That stream of light actually vanished from sight inexplicably before Li'er. But no one saw Li'er make a move. Her hand was still pressing on Yi Yuan's chest, as if she was utterly oblivious to the matter of Zhao Tianyin attacking her. Zhao Tiannin's expression had yet to change in time, when all of a sudden he felt all the hair on his body stand on its ends. An intense feeling of danger, salt from behind. He turned around swiftly. A stream of light transported out from the void. In haste, Zhao Tianyin quickly unleashed another finger. Bang! Two streams of light collided together, giving off a violent explosion. Zhao Tianyin actually fell back several steps in a row. Everyone watched this scene in disbelief. The Wind Emperor was a boundless realm powerhouse. He actually could not deal with a girl. Zhao Tianyin sucked in a cold breath. Instead, concept of you. Who on earth are you? The concept of was an exceedingly profound concept, extremely difficult to comprehend. The Wind Emperor was also considered someone with many experiences, but he had never heard of anybody who had comprehended the concept of in the lower realms. Furthermore, looking at this girl's move earlier, it was clearly comprehended to an extremely profound realm already. The Wind Emperor's face was very ugly after becoming the Wind Emperor. This was the first time he felt an immense threat. Right then, Yi Yuan suddenly gave a fled groan. He was clearly in great anguish. But when Li'er saw this scene, the expression on her face eased up considerably. Only at this time did she slowly raise her head. Looking at Zhao Tianyin indifferently, she said, "Your dog head will be left on your neck for the time being. Before long, Mr. Yi will personally come to retrieve it. As for who I am, you don't have the qualifications to know yet." Zhao Tianyin's face fell, and he said with a frown, "Humph, just know some concept of S.P.A.C., that's all. You don't really think that you've subdued us, right?" But Lear no longer bothered with him. Gently carrying Yi Yuan up, she said, "Mr. Yi, I'll bring you home right away." Seeing Li completely disregard him, Zhao Tianyu flew into a great rage. With a flash, he blocked in front of Li and said, pretending to be mysterious, "You can leave, but this boy must stay." Li's eyelid raised slightly, and she said coolly, "With just you?" Zhao Tianyin said with a cold snort, "So what if just us? If we let you bring him and swagger your way out of here, then how will we rule the fierce Gale World citizens in the future? This is you inviting humiliation upon yourself. Can't blame me." As she said, Li's eyes suddenly released two beams of light. The light flashed, and Pa S said right away, Zhao Tianyin was just brewing up a big move, when all of a sudden, he shuddered. His pair of eyes actually gradually became vacant. Li's brows furrowed, but her divine soul was in pain. That sort of ripping pain transmitted over. "Your Majesty, the Wind Emperor." Ding Liang instinctively felt something off and could not help yelling out. Yet Zhao Tianyin seemed to not have heard it. He still stood there, without moving a muscle, as if he was a wooden puppet. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Ding Liang hurriedly came to Zhao Tianyin's side and shook his body. But Zhao Tianyin did not have any reaction. "Demoness, what did you do to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor? Do you know what you're doing? You're making an enemy out of the entire fierce Gale world." Ding Liang admonished furiously. Although Ding Liang's words were fierce, he did not dare to make a move against Li. This demoness actually cast a spell and froze the Wind Emperor in place. How could he possibly be her match? "Is that so? So what if I'm making an enemy out of the entire fierce Gale world?" Li said indifferently. Having Zhao Tianyin kicking up a ruckus like this, Li was not in a hurry to leave. She slowly put Yi Yuan down and leaned him against her shoulder. Seeing this action of Li, not knowing why, Ding Liang's heart pounded, and he had a foreboding feeling, only to hear Li chide lightly, "Come over and kneel down for Mr. Yi." Everyone's faces changed. Was this woman crazy to actually make His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, kneel down to Yi Yuan? But at this time right now, there was no longer anybody who took Li to be an ordinary person. This woman was too bizarre. She actually just gave Wind Emperor a look and inundated him completely. Boundless Realm was the strongest existence in the lower realms. He actually did not even have the chance to attack. Also, the Wind Emperor, he wouldn't really kneel to Yi Yuan, right? Under everyone's stares, the Wind Emperor actually really moved 2 steps in front and walked over towards Yi Yuan. Ding Liang was taken aback from fright. He hastily grabbed Zhao Tianyin's arm and yelled, "Your Majesty, don't!" But the Wind Emperor paid no heed at all. Instead, he waved a hand and sent Ding Liang flying out far away. Zhao Tianyin moved several more steps over and actually really kneeled down with a slam. This time, it really made the atmosphere blow up. Everyone watched this scene blankly, with a look of incredulity. What kind of magic did this woman cast on His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, to actually be able to make His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, so obedient? Haha, this also counts as instant karma. Just earlier, Zhao Tianyin wanted to make Yi Yuan kneel down. In the end, Yi Yuan did not kneel, but he himself kneeled to Yi Yuan instead. This is the situation where those who like to disgrace others will frequently be humiliated by others. Star Abyss said with a cold smile. Through today's events, he had already completely fallen out with Xiao Tianyin. Now, seeing Zhao Tianyin actually kneel to Yi Yuan, he felt incomparably free from inhibitions in his heart. The only pitiable thing was that Yi Yuan was currently still in an unconscious state and was unable to feel the delight of revenge. Today's matter, it is you inviting humiliation upon yourself. I'll claim a bit of interest on Mr. Ye's behalf first. Now, kowtow to him. I don't say stop. You're not allowed to get up. Lier admonished. Just like that, Zhao Tianyin really kowtowed to Yi Yuan nonstop and was incomparably obedient. Lier's finger moved slightly. Xiao Ruyan was actually released from the spatial spirit artifact. Seeing that the Wind Emperor was actually prostrating to Yi Yuan, Xiao Ruyan could not help jumping in fright. What is going on here? His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, no need to make such a big fuss. It's just carrying a slight punishment out on him. Just based on his actions today, it's enough to kill him. But for the sake of Mr. Yi, to be able to personally take revenge in the future, temporarily let him off today, Lier said coolly. Only then was Xiao Ruyan awakened abruptly. There was still a peerless beauty standing before her. Xiao Ruyan emboldened her courage to look Lier up and down a couple of times. There was actually a feeling of being ashamed of one's unseemliness. Could it be that this woman is Yi Yuan's beloved? No wonder he turns his nose up at me. Turns out that the difficulty he talked about was this. Xiao Ruyan could not help bemoaning her fate inwardly. All right, I'm about to bring Yi Yuan back to the endless world at once. Everything that he did today was for you, so I let you out to ask you something. Are you staying here, or are you following Yi Yuan back? Lier asked emotionlessly. Chapter 440 Xiao Ruyan also did not think that she would actually have to face such a decision. Xiao Ruyan also did not think that she would actually have to face such a decision. Two small worlds. This was a distance the same as the two endpoints of the earth. Going to the endless world, she might never be able to return here again in this lifetime. And at this place was her elder brother, her parents. The Wind Emperor was still groveling there nonstop, while Ding Liang was desperately trying to pull him up. But he refused to get up no matter what. Over on this side, Xiao Ruyan fell into a dilemma and had a conflicted face. Ruyan, you mustn't go with him, or else Xiao Changfeng, will break off all ties with you. Xiao Changfeng said coldly. Xiao Ruyan's entire body shuddered, and her gaze involuntarily turning to Xiao Changfeng. It was only to see Xiao Changfeng staring with furious eyes. He had a look of firm resolution. For a moment, countless memories welled up from the bottom of her heart. These years of diligent studies and bitter training, not daring to slack off the slightest bit. When the elders unanimously said to push her out as a bargaining chip, Xiao Changfeng kept silent and said nothing by the side. She was heartbroken and swallowed the 9 nether souls shattering powder, her consciousness dissipating bit by bit. Xiao Ruyan's eyes gradually became resolute. Father, these past 20 years, daughter has been living for the Xiao family. And today, daughter is already somebody who has died once. Daughter wishes to live for herself for once. Therefore, I want to follow master. Finished saying this sentence, Xiao Ruyan felt like all the strength in her body was drained. This was absolutely an earth-shaking move for her. Xiao Ruyan had been instilled with the idea of existing for her family clan since young, and she herself was also a very filial girl. But today, she cut off everything from her past. This demanded immense courage for a person to sever off all fetters and integrate into a new world anew. How powerful a conviction was needed to support this. You. Good, good, good. Xiao Changfeng was so enraged that he was shaking. He did not think that his all-along obedient daughter would actually do something so decisive. From today onwards, Xiao Changfeng, will take it as if I never had you, this daughter. We break off all ties. Xiao Changfeng said while trembling. Xiao Ruyan's whole body quivered, and she nearly fell to the ground. A strand of gentle essence energy instantly enveloped her. It was only then did she stabilize. Lear said coolly, I more or less understand your affairs, and also understand you very much. Actually, in all honesty, I even envy you very much. You can dump everything to pursue your happiness. This is sufficient. Mr. Yi is kind and just daring and resolute. He's absolutely worth it for you doing all these. Lear's words were akin to injecting Xiao Ruyan with a cardiac tonic. Xiao Ruyan nodded and said, Many thanks to Senior for advising. Lear nodded slightly and said to Star Abyss, Your kindness, Mr. Yi, will surely repay it personally in the future. He's currently heavily injured, so he won't bid farewell to you all. Star Abyss said, Star Abyss's strength is meager. That's why Yi Yuan received such severe wounds. I am seriously ashamed. Senior, please take good care of Yi Yuan. Star Abyss is endlessly grateful. That's of course. Finished talking, Lear swirled her long sleeves, bringing Yi Yuan and Xiao Ruyan and Vanis. Plussing from sight. It was as if they had never appeared. The plaza was dead silent. Only Zhao Tianing's thumping, kowtowing sounds echoed. It was also uncertain how long had Paes said. Zhao Tianing suddenly trembled, and some light finally returned to his eyes. Zhao Tianing's heart plunged, and his brows could not help furrowing. At this instant, the entire plaza seemed to have fallen in temperature drastically, unwittingly making people shudder. He was still maintaining a kneeling posture right now. Very clearly, something very nasty happened earlier. Just now, what happened? Zhao Tianing asked Ding Liang. Even though Ding Liang was a divine traversing realm powerhouse, hearing this sentence, he also felt a chill come on. Ding Liang revealed a difficult look. Speak. Zhao Tianing said somberly. Ding Liang was powerless and could only recount the events earlier. Each word that he said, Zhao Tianing's face would darken a degree. By the time he finished talking, Zhao Tianing's face was not much different from black charcoal. Apart from the Qixia mountain lineage and the Xiao family's Xiao Changfeng, the people who are aware of this incident are already all dead. Before leaving, Lord Star Abyss said to me that he'll keep his group of disciples and Xiao Changfeng in check, and they will absolutely not speak of today's incident. Furthermore, he even said that the Alchemist A.S. Association will collaborate wholeheartedly with the royal family and provide all assistance with regard to medicinal pills. Ding Liang added, not far in the distance lied corpses all over the place. Among them was even 2 Soul Sea realm martial artists. Zhao Tianing's complexion eased up a little, but he still said with a solemn face, This matter, you did very well. Looks like Xiao Changfeng has already thrown himself under Star Abyss's sect. This is a troublesome matter. To Zhao Tianing, Star Abyss was indeed a porcupine that was not easy to touch. As the ruler of a world, Zhao Tianing was deeply aware of the Alchemist S Association's formidability. Regardless of which plane, the Alchemist A.S. Association's chairman would always be an existence that was exceptionally revered. Although the Fierce-Gale world was a place where even birds would not S.H.I.+T. If he really killed Star Abyss, the divine realm would surely pursue it. Boundless realm martial artists were indeed pretty good in the Fierce-Gale world, but placed in the divine realm, it was too ordinary. The divine realm's alchemist, Association's punishment was not what he, a puny little boundless realm martial artist, could withstand. Ding Liang said, "Since Star Abyss wants to cooperate sincerely with us, it shows that he doesn't wish to cause the relations. I plus P to be too stiff. Furthermore, making today's matter known to everyone has no benefits to him either." So, the words behind, Ding Liang did not say. Deciding this sort of thing naturally had to be left to Wind Emperor himself. Zhao Tianyi nodded his head and said, "Today's matter will end at this. If there are any rumors at all, kill regardless of who it is." Yes. Fierce Gale World, Cloud Dream Mountain Range. Several figures quietly walked out of the void. "Senior, we are." Towards this place that was covered in a dense fog, Ruyan was very perplexed. Lear nodded and said, "This place is already the Endless World." "This place is the Endless World. Looks like it's indeed much richer in resources than the Fierce Gale World." Xiao Ruyan sensed the thick spirit chi and said comfortably, but Lear shook her head and said, "Although the Fierce Gale World is scarce in resources, the gale winds tempering to martial artists is what the Endless World martial artists can't enjoy." From the start of birth, Fierce Gale World martial artists would train in an arduous environment at all times, and their accomplishments would also be much greater compared to the Endless World martial artists. To really talk about who's better and who's worse off, it's really hard to evaluate. Xiao Ruyan said in surprise. "Then His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, Lear said coolly, "Just foolish concerns. The things that the Wind Emperor knows are much more than you people. The divine realm isn't some nice place. He can call wind and summon rain in the Fierce Gale World. Arriving at the divine realm, he'll truly be a bottom-tier martial artist. Invading the Endless World, giving it a nice-sounding name of thinking for the Fierce Gale World martial artists. Actually, isn't it for his own personal gains?" Xiao Ruyan widened her mouth and said, It's actually like this." "Of course, ugh." Just as Lear was talking, her brows suddenly knitted together, showing a very anguished look. Xiao Ruyan asked in alarm, "Senior, are you all right?" Chapter 440, Lear's head felt as if it was splitting. She grabbed her head and forcefully withstood the pain, but her attractive body was quivering endlessly. Lear's head felt as if it was splitting. She grabbed her head and forcefully withstood the pain, but her attractive body was quivering endlessly. This scene made Xiao Ruyan turn pale with fright. In her eyes, Lear was practically an invincible existence. Even the Wind Emperor was played around in the palm of her hands. How could she have a headache? Ugh. Right then, Yi Yuan at the side muttered in his sleep and similarly had his brows tightly locked, appearing very anguished. "Yi, Master, are you all right?" These two individuals were like this at the same time. Xiao Ruyan was at a complete loss and did not know what she should do. Yi Yuan opened both eyes with some difficulty and noticed that the surrounding environment was somewhat strange and familiar. I'm not dead yet," Yi Yuan said feebly. This time should be the time where he was the most severely injured since rebirth so far. In the past, no matter how severely he was wounded, as long as he consumed medicinal pills, he would recover back to usual in less than 2 days. But this time, if not for Lear helping him to protect his heart pulse, Yi Yuan would probably have croaked already. "He didn't die. Master, you're so amazing. Why would you die?" Xiao Ruyan sobbed softly. It's Ruyan, ha. N.W. Who is she?" Yi Yuan suddenly discovered a pained look Lear and asked weakly, Master, you actually don't recognize this senior?" Xiao Ruyan even thought that these two people were surely on intimate terms. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not know her at all? This threw her into utter confusion. Ugh. At this time, Lear suddenly gave off an agonized groan and actually collapsed. Ah, Senior! Xiao Ruyan jumped in fright and hurriedly support Lear, lying her flat on the ground. Master, what should I do now? Xiao Ruyan was in a state of utter confusion and asked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said feebly, and no choice. All the essence energy in my body had fully dissipated. I completely can't muster any strength at all. Why? Why does this girl's silhouette look somewhat familiar? Master, you really don't recognize Senior? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Xiao Ruyan asked doubtfully. Don't recognize means don't recognize. Why would I lie to you? Yi Yuan was speechless. From Yi Yuan's angle, he could just nice see Lear's appearance. This flawless face would absolutely make every male have a feeling of not bearing to defile. Even if Yi Yuan was currently severely wounded, he also had a feeling of palpitating with excitement. But Yi Yuan dared to confirm that this was absolutely his first time seeing this face. But Senior, she rescued you from the Wind Emperor's hands. How is it possible that you don't know her? Xiao Ruyan said in puzzlement. This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be surprised. So, it was her who saved me. Yeah, Senior is incredible. Even the Wind Emperor isn't her match. Xiao Ruyan recounted the events after Yi Yuan fainted for Yi Yuan to listen, making Yi Yuan extremely surprised after hearing too. Ocular art? Could it be? Yi Yuan said with a frown. What ocular art? Xiao Ruyan said blankly. Nothing. I just thought of somebody. But Yi Yuan precisely thought of Lear. But the difference between the two persons' looks was also too great. Yi Yuan did not have any trace of essence energy in his body right now at all, and was utterly unable to perceive Lear's condition. So he dare not confirm either. But looking from Xiao Ruyan's description, this was absolutely ocular arts without any doubt. And among the people that Yi Yuan knew, only this Lear possessed the moonlight heavenly eye physique. But the problem was that Lear only had crystal formation realm strength. Could it be that Lear deliberately hid her strength? If Lear could really play around with even Zhao Qiani, then concealing her strength in front of him was not anything impressive as well. Furthermore, the profile of this girl before his eyes was very similar to Lear's. Was it possible for the two of them to be the same person? Master, what should I do now? Xiao Ruyan felt that she should do something. There are recovery medicinal pills in my storage ring, but I can't use any essence energy at all right now. You help me take out. Yi Yuan said. Okay. Xiao Ruyan agreed. Every martial artist had their own unique way of opening their storage rings. As long as Yi Yuan told Xiao Ruyan the way to open, she could open it very quickly. Xiao Ruyan followed Yi Yuan's instructions and finally found the Azure Profound Heart Nories. I plussing pill and let Yi Yuan swallow one. This time, Yi Yuan's injuries were seriously too severe. Even after he consumed the Azure Profound Heart Nories. I plussing pill, Yi Yuan's recovery speed was still very slow. After half a day, Yi Yuan finally recovered some strength and could barely manage to stand up. He struggled to come before Lear and reached for her pulse. Towards his savior, Yi Yuan naturally could not let her be in a coma unchecked. But with this reading of the pulse, Yi Yuan could not help being greatly alarmed. This gorgeous to the extreme girl was actually really that ugly girl, Lear, whom he saved previously. With this, Yi Yuan could not help being somewhat baffled. Looking at this, him saving her back, then was purely a superfluous action. With the strength that Lear showed, annihilating that group of people was truly too easy. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled the instances in the Eternal Splendor Palace. Thinking about it now, it was actually Lear protecting him in the dark. Yi Yuan suddenly felt that he was so silly, wasn't diverting attacks, this sort of concept of S, P, A, C, precisely one of the abilities of the moonlight, heavenly eye. It was just that the situation back then was too complicated, and Yi Yuan did not think too deeply as well. Recalling it now, Yi Yuan's grat. 1, 2 towards Lier truly could not be any greater. These many months, Lier was actually lurking by his side the entire time and moved to assist when he was in peril. And this time, Lier used the moonlight heavenly eye once more, causing the two kinds of spirit physiques tearing at her divine soul to be even greater, resulting to her ailment to finally erupt. Yi Yuan knew that this was definitely the most painful time for Lier's divine soul. Zhao Tianyin was not some garbage opponent. Lier inevitably exhausted considerable soul force to use the moonlight heavenly eye to cast it on Zhao Tianyin. This was undoubtedly heaping one disaster on top of another to Lier's present medical condition. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan involuntarily blamed himself immensely and was touched. Looking at it now, Lier most likely followed him and protected him because he saved her and helped her diagnose her medical condition. How could this not move Yi Yuan? Master Senior, is she all right? Xiao Ruyan asked worriedly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, won't have any major issues for the time being. But what? Xiao Ruyan asked puzzledly. Nothing. I indeed know her, but her current appearance is radically different from the first time I met her, so I didn't recognize. Yi Yuan said, like I said, how can Master possibly not know Senior? Ha. She won't have any major problem for the time being, but I still have to recover my strength as soon as possible to help her refine some things. Ruyan, I burned 50% blood essence at one go. My body is too weak right now and simply can't refine medicinal pills. These 2 days I'll guide you by the side. You'll be helping Master in recovering strength as soon as possible. Yi Yuan said. Chapter 442. After half a day, Xiao Ruyan was drenched in sweat, panting daintily by the square cauldron's side. After half a day, Xiao Ruyan was drenched in sweat, panting daintily by the square cauldron's side. And Master, Disciple was fortunate to not have failed the A.S. assignment and finally refined the Essence Vigor Pill. Although dead tired, Xiao Ruyan appeared rather excited. The use of the Essence Vigor Pill was to help martial artists recover blood essence. It was very hard to refine high-level Tier 3 medicinal pill. To Xiao Ruyan, the Essence Vigor Pill was exceptionally difficult to refine. With her past standards, it was simply impossible to refine. Yet during this half-a-day period, under Yi Yuan's guidance, she actually refined successfully like water flowing when a channel was formed. Yi Yuan had quite a number of medicinal herbs left on hand. Scra, ping it all together. He pooled 2 portions of medicinal herbs to refine the Essence Vigor Pill. In order not to waste the medicinal herbs, Yi Yuan made Xiao Ruyan simulate many times before agreeing to her getting to work on refining. Not surprising, the first portion was refined into a wasted dreg by her. Later on, she simulated many more times. On the second refinement, Xiao Ruyan actually directly refined a middle-grade Essence Vigor Pill. Xiao Ruyan was still drenched in sweat and actually had an aberrant style charm, making Yi Yuan's head swim. Cough, cough. You've worked hard, Yi Yuan said rather embarrassed. Sedley. But Xiao Ruyan was in a state of exhilaration right now and did not notice Yi Yuan's embarrass. Meant, wiping the sweat on her forehead, she said, not hard, not hard. Through this half a day of refining, Disciple completely has a feeling of being suddenly enlightened all at once. The things that Disciple learned in this half a day is simply even more than the things I've learned in the past few years. Xiao Ruyan was not praising Yi Yuan because she had affections for him, but because she really had this sort of feeling. With Yi Yuan's horizons, he had long had a well-thought-out plan on Xiao Ruyan's merits and shortcomings. Guiding Xiao Ruyan was naturally highly tailored to her needs. Quietly, Xiao Ruyan unconsciously took the place of the disciple character and really learned alchemy skills from Yi Yuan. Alchemists all had this neurotic trait. Once they immerse into alchemy skills, they would completely be unable to extricate themselves. Moreover, what Yi Yuan brought to Xiao Ruyan was a brand new world. It was a world that she had never imagined before in the past. Haha, this isn't considered much. You have to study the jade slip I gave you well. It will be of great assistance to you. But presently, we don't have the time. After I alleviate Miss Lear's symptoms in a little while, we'll immediately head back to the Tranquil Cloud sect, Yi Yuan said. Ugh. Muttering an M-U-F, fled groans sounded. Lear finally slowly woke up. Senior. When Xiao Ruyan saw the situation, she immediately went to support her. Although she woke up, Lear was still feeling groggy. A piercing pain would occasionally transmit from her brain. How long was I unconscious? Lear supported her forehead with her hand and asked rather painfully, Senior, you've already fainted for the greater part of a day already. Master and I were very worried about your safety. Are you better now? Xiao Ruyan said. Master? Lear did not quite react yet. Involuntarily lifting her head, she just happened to meet with Yi Yuan's gaze. So, you're already awake. Lear suddenly did not quite know how to face Yi Yuan. After all, her appearance was rather unexpected. Yi Yuan nodded and said, and, fortunately, there was Miss Lear helping to guard my heart meridian. Otherwise, I would probably have croaked long ago already. Great kindness can't be thanked with words. Miss Lear's sickness, leave it to Yi Yuan. Lear's eyelids drooped slightly as she said, So, you already know it's me. But Lear didn't help Mr. Yi for the sake of carrying out this transaction with you. Although Lear's words were quite calm, Yi Yuan still detected a hint of her sullen anger. This isn't making a deal with Miss Lear either. This is a promise. I'm true to my words. No matter how arduous this promise is, this Yi will definitely accomplish it. Yi Yuan said composedly. Lear trembled slightly. She could feel Yi Yuan's sincerity and resolution. Accompanying along the way, she had a great understanding of what kind of person Yi Yuan was as well. Yi Yuan saying such words, even if he were to die, he would also fulfill his promise. This man was absolutely true to his words. Thank you. Lear did not decline, and just lightly said these two words. Miss you accompanied all the way and moved to help out many times. This grace, Yi Yuan engraved it in my heart. Furthermore, if not for Miss you making a move this time, this Yi would surely be disgraced to death. Want to thank, it's also me thanking Mississippi. Moreover, in order to save me, Miss did not stint on drawing on the power of the moonlight heavenly, resulting in your health condition deteriorating. If this Yi doesn't cure Miss, even I myself won't forgive myself. Yi Yuan said. This shock that Lear received was not small. She said in astonishment, You actually know my surname? Yi Yuan smiled wryly and said, I should have guessed it long ago. The last time I met Miss you were just a crystal formation realm martial artist. This Yi even thought that the lower realms gave birth to such a monstrous spirit physique again. Thinking about it now, a natural-born moonlight, heavenly physique, apart from the bright moon cities, you family. Who else could have such an innate spirit physique? With Yi Yuan said this, Lear was even more shocked beyond belief. You actually even know about Bright Moon City. You. Just who are you? Yi Yuan said helplessly, This Yi has my own difficulties. This point isn't convenient to disclose. Lear was unbelievably amazed and actually forgot about her headache for a moment. How did a lower realm's puny little martial artist know about the divine realm's Bright Moon City? The Bright Moon City's Yu family was renowned throughout the divine realm for their ocular arts. And the person who possesses the moonlight heavenly eye physique, casting ocular arts, would even be several times more powerful than ordinary people. And even for the Yu family, those who possessed the moonlight heavenly eye was extremely few too. These were all not secrets in the divine realm. But Yi Yuan was just a lower realm martial artist with an ordinary background. Just how in the world did he know this information? Lear had a belly full of doubts and suspicions, but she also knew Yi Yuan's character. Since he said that it was inconvenient to disclose, he clearly had things that he found hard to say. She naturally would not press on either. All right then, since Mr. Yi even knows about Bright Moon City, then I'll reintroduce myself. I'm called Yu Mengli. I'm precisely a member of the Bright Moon City's Yu family. Yu Mengli sucked in a deep breath and said, Yu Mengli? It is as the name suggests. It's a fine name. Yi Yuan reminisced this name. At this instant, Yi Yuan's thoughts drifted back to the one and only time he went to Bright Moon City in his previous life. At that time, he answered Bright Moon City's invitation and went to refine a Tier 9 medicinal pill for the Bright Moon City Lord. During this trip, he happened to see a girl akin to Rouge and Jade once in Bright Moon City, and that girl's name seemed to be called Yu Mengli. Recalling it now, Yi Yuan finally superimposed that girl's looks and the Yu Mengli before his eyes together. Were the transitions in life actually so coincidental? Sigh. What's the point of a good name, either? Everyone says that beautiful girls often have tragic lives. To think that I can't escape being strung along by fate, either, Yu Mengli said with a dimmed expression. Yi Yuan recollected his thoughts and said, Miss Yu doesn't need to be like this. The word crisis conceals profound secrets. As long as you can resolve the conflict between these two kinds of spirit physiques, not only will Miss Yu be no different from ordinary people, you'll even break out from the cock. And to become a bee. Fly, and become a peerlessly powerful existence. Chapter 443. Yi Yuan's words did not improve Yu Mengli's mood much, looking as if she did not have much interest in becoming a peerless powerhouse. Yi Yuan's words did not improve Yu Mengli's mood much, looking as if she did not have much interest in becoming a peerless powerhouse. Sigh. So, what if invincible under the heaven? Forget it. Don't talk about this anymore. Didn't you say that only by refining a Tier 8 medicinal pill can you let my divine soul divide? But Yu Mengli said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Indeed so. Furthermore, you using the power of the moonlight heavenly eye this time already hurt the divine soul further. This caused your conditions flare up to move forward some time. Right now you most likely only have 2 years left. Yu Mengli muttered under her breath. Only 2 years, huh? Yi Yuan said, Miss, you don't need to be disheartened. Although I'm unable to refine Tier 8 medicinal pills within 2 years, I have ways to delay the flare-up of the condition. Oh, what ways? I wonder if Miss Yu has heard of the Azure Spirit Tree before. Yu Mengli nodded and said, It's said that there's a type of tree with a soul that can absorb the quintessence of heaven and earth. It can even produce intelligence and cultivate like humans. That's right. The Azure Spirit Tree's tree trunk can secrete a kind of liquid named Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid. This kind of fluid can nourish and repair the divine soul. Although it can't eradicate your illness thoroughly, it can delay the time of flare-up for your divine soul being torn apart and lessen your pain. These 2 years' time, I'll think of ways to find the Azure Spirit Tree. If Miss Yu can mobilize the Yu family's forces to search for this tree, that would be for the best, Yi Yuan said. Mobilize the Yu family's strength, is it? Yu Mengli seemed to be rather unwilling. Yi Yuan did not know what happened with Yu Mengli and the Yu family. Presumably, there was some problems going around, so he advised, "Doesn't matter. There are still 2 years. I'll definitely find the Azure Spirit tree for you." Yu Mengli nodded and said, "Then, thank you very much, Mr. Yi." Yi Yuan said, "Miss Yu, wait for me for half a day first. I just happen to still have some medicinal herbs on hand that can help you make some medicinal soup. Although it's not very effective against your condition, it can alleviate the agony of your divine soul ripping." Yi Yuan swallowed the essence vigor pill that Xiao Ruyan refined and spent several hours on refining the medicinal strength. His injuries finally improved a little, and he could use some essence energy too. Yi Yuan came in front of the square cauldron and injected some essence energy inside. The square cauldron's radiance showed slightly. Next, Yi Yuan retrieved several medicinal herbs from his storage ring and threw them into the square cauldron according to a fixed ratio. Very soon, those medicinal herbs turned into a pool of juice water. Yi Yuan used utensils to ladle the juice water and said it to Yu Mengli. This, Yu Mengli said hesitantly. Martial artists were not foreign to alchemy, but this sort of mixed medicinal soup was not often seen. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "This is 5-flower heart-calming soup. It's refined using 5 types of Tier 4 medicinal herb flower petals. It has the effects of calming one's nerves. While it's not some miracle panacea, it can alleviate your headache symptom. You try it." Yu Mengli did not doubt Yi Yuan's words and directly tilted her head back and drank it. Very soon, Yu Mengli felt like a gust of cool breeze blew past her divine soul, comfortable to the max. Her initially somewhat agitated emotions calmed down too at this time. Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan and exclaimed in shock, "A few stalks of Tier 4 medicinal herbs can actually formulate out such a miraculous medicinal soup. To think that Tier 4 medicinal herbs could actually have an effect on me. Truly inconceivable." With Yu Mengli's realm, Tier 4 medicinal pills were simply of not much effect at all. But Yi Yuan used 5 types of Tier 4 medicinal herb flower petals and could actually formulate out a medicinal soup that was effective on her. How could she not be astounded? It just has the effect of calming one's mind. It has no effect on your ailment at all, Yi Yuan said helplessly. His present realm was too low. At the very best, he could only refine quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills. It did not have any effect on Yu Mengli at all. This is already very impressive. Yu Mengli sighed in admiration. "Yeah, master, this is simply too miraculous. How did you do it? You must teach me later." Xiao Ruyan also gasped with admiration. She was long stupefied from watching by the side. In this short while, Yu Mengli's complexion was already much better compared to before. One had to know that Yu Mengli was a character who was even more powerful than the Wind Emperor. A couple of Tier 4 medicinal herb mixed together actually had an effect on her. You want to learn, so I'll just teach you later on. But you'd best not reach for what's beyond your grasp. One step at a time. In here requires the use of the formations path. With your present standards, you're unable to concoct it, Yi Yuan said. Fine. I'll just slowly learn. Stingy. Xiao Ruyan pursed her lips and actually acted like a spoiled little girl. Facing 2 beauties, Yi Yuan also involuntarily had a feeling of being very fortunate in love affairs. But Yi Yuan did not have the energy to be immersed in love right now. He was rather worried about the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yi Yuan released Mo Yuntian and the rest from the spatial spirit artifact. They still had vacant looks. During this period of time, Yi Yuan did not undo their divine soul inhibitions all along. This sort of divine soul inhibitions was different from slave seals. It could be broken to restore one's freedom. After planting a slave seal, the slave would not recognize other people as their master. Furthermore, there would also frequently be transactions and transfers between slaves. Placing slave seals clearly would not do. Hence, when selling slaves, most would set inhibitions on their divine souls to make it convenient for the owners to control. Yi Yuan reached his divine soul into Mo Yuntian's sea of consciousness. Xiao Ruyan was taken aback from fright. She hurriedly said, "What are you doing, master?" Their divine souls had inhibitions placed by an extremely powerful figure. A moment of carelessness will damage their divine souls. Yi Yuan cautiously helped Mo Yuntian remove the inhibitions while having enough strength to spare to say to Xiao Ruyan, "Just some trifling tricks." Indeed, in an instant, Mo Yuntian's gaze gradually recovered its clarity. When he saw Yi Yuan in front of him, hot tears immediately flowed as he said, Junior brother, I didn't think that I could still see you one day." Seeing Mo Yuntian like this, Yi Yuan did not feel good in his heart either. This trip deep into the fierce-scale world, Yi Yuan could be said to have 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live, and nearly lost his life several times. In the end, if not for Yu Mengli making a move, he would even be humiliated by Zhao Tianyin to death. Thinking now, it was still riddled with tribulations. Everything is over, all over. Yi Yuan comforted. The two people made some small talk, and Yi Yuan started to remove the divine soul restrictions for the others. When the group of seniors saw Yi Yuan, once again, they were all filled with a multiple, 1, 2 to feelings, and immediately gave rise to the feeling of life after surviving a disaster. The few people made some small talk for a while, when Yi Yuan suddenly said with a sigh, "Sadly, Elder Mei was imprisoned in the depths of the royal palace back then. I didn't save him in time before my ident. 1. Tai was discovered. Sigh." Yu Mengli, who had been silently watching these seniors thank Yi Yuan for the entire time by the side, opened her mouth when she heard Yi Yuan mentioned Mei Zhen at this time. "I forgot to tell you. Elder Mei has already been rescued." As she said, Yu Mengli's finger twitched. 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. Very clearly, Yu Mengli also had an item similar to a spatial spirit artifact. One of them was precisely Mei Zhen, who had not been seen for a long time, while the other person was naturally Yu Mengli's maid, Yen'er. "Miss, why did you only let me out now? I was almost stifled to death." Yen'er said unhappily. Chapter 444, Elder Mei, Elder Mei. When everyone saw Mei Zhen, they were all overjoyed. Even Yi Yuan also looked at Yu Mengli with an astounded look, wanting to know what was going here. But he jumped in fright with this look. Yu Mengli changed into that sallow-faced, ugly girl again. Furthermore, her realm became Crystal Formation Realm 2. Yi Yuan had just reunited with his seniors and actually did not when Yu Mengli became like this. But Yi Yuan was well aware in his heart that Yu Mengli did not wish to expose her ident. One Tai, and these seniors of Yi Yuan been through life and death several times, and even had divine soul inhibitions placed by others. How would they still remember this ugly girl whom they had a chance encounter before? Yu Mengli said, when Mr. Yi was facing off with the Wind Emperor, that mysterious expert sneaked into the royal palace and rescued Elder Mei, and handed him to me. Yu Mengli turned herself into a mysterious expert while she was just an ordinary martial artist. Furthermore, Yi Yuan even perceived the meaning behind these words. The reason why Yu Mengli arrived late was precisely in order to save Mei Zhen. It was just that she misgauged the situation and thought that Star Abyss could help Yi Yuan withstand for a while. who knew that the Wind Emperor completely did not care about Star Abyss's face, and directly laid vicious hands on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan immediately understood, and he followed up and said, "So that's how it is. Really too grateful to that mysterious expert, or else none of us would be able to return this time." Towards this woman, whose looks were not in any way attractive, the group of seniors all did not pay much attention. Rather, it was Xiao Ruyan that made several people involuntarily look a couple more times. But their focus right now was still on Mei Zhen. Yi Yuan did not dawdle, and very quickly helped Mei Zhen remove the divine soul inhibitions too. I actually still have a day where I can see the light of day once more." When Mei Zhen saw everyone, he was also overcome with emotions, and his entire being seemingly aged considerably. After a round of small talk, Mei Zhen suddenly said to Mo Yuntian, "And the rest, Yi Yuan sneaked into the fierce gale world all alone. It was definitely near certain death. The ordeals experienced in between, this isn't what we can imagine. And today, he actually rescued all of us. Within favor and reason, we should thank him." As he said, Mei Zhen took the lead and gave a solemn bow to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had yet to support Mei Zhen up in time when the others followed with a solemn bow as well. "Elder Mei, senior brothers, rescuing you guys is something within my duty. We have to hurry back to Tranquil Cloud Sect and inform the matter of the fierce gale world invading to Lord Sect Master." Yi Yuan said. Everyone naturally did not have reason to disagree. They packed up and headed towards Cloud Dream Mountain Range. A full day later, Yi Yuan's group finally appeared outside the Cloud Dream Mountain Range. Looking at the blazing sun in the sky, everyone gave rise to a sigh in their hearts. This entire way, we've already encountered quite a few waves of fierce gale world martial artists. Looks like the Cloud Dream Mountain Range has already become their base camp. Mei Zhen said with a frown, "There has already been several months' time since the Pa-S Sageway was linked. Fierce gale world martial artists turning this place into the headquarters isn't something strange. Also don't know what Tranquil Cloud Sect is like now. I'm very worried about Lord Sect Master and Master." Mo Yuntian said, "There is still several months' time on foot needed from here to the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Such a long time. I don't know what kind of unforeseen event will happen either." Mei Zhen said worriedly, "The spirit boats on their bodies were long swiped clean by people. Now, they were virtually all on their own. Forget about spirit boats. Even a single piece of essence crystal was a no." At this time, Xiao Ruyan, who did not speak the entire time, suddenly opened her mouth to say, "If it's spirit boat, I still have one here, but it's just a low-grade spirit boat." Everybody was overjoyed hearing this. "That's really great. Wonder if Miss Zhao's spirit boat can be lent to us for use?" "Rest a-s. Assured Miss Zhao, as long as we return to the sect, we'll definitely give you sufficient recompense," Mei Zhen said. Along the way, everyone also came to know Xiao Ruyan's origins and ident. One time, as Yi Yuan's presiding chief disciple, everyone would naturally give her sufficient respect. Furthermore, on the way, the blabbermouth Yenner already uttered out the various kinds of things Yi Yuan did in the fierce gale world. It naturally shocked everyone until they were speechless for a long time. Yi Yuan was already at the 7th level crystal formation realm now. Just in terms of realm, he already caught up to Mo Yuntian, while his combat power even ditched everyone several streets behind. Even Mei Zhen, this sect elder, was far from being Yi Yuan's match anymore. Just based on the match between Yi Yuan and Zhao Qinggan, apart from the sect master Luo Qingfeng, most likely body in the entire Tranquil Cloud sect would dare to say that they could definitely win him. If they returned to the Tranquil Cloud sect, Yi Yuan's position would naturally rise like how the boat rises when the water rise, and become the sect's upper echelon. Everyone also knew that this meant that the day Yi Yuan left the Tranquil Cloud sect was ever closer. Mei Zhen opened his mouth. It was naturally not nice for Xiao Ruyan to reject. The group rowed the flying spirit boat and flew in the direction of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Xiao Ruyan's flying spirit boat's quality was very high. The party only used 7 to 8 days' time to arrive beyond Spirit Blessing Mountain. Through these few days of recuperation and assistance from medicinal pills, Yi Yuan's injuries were already healed 70% to 80%. This remaining 20% to 30% was primarily making up for the deficit blood essence. This was awful for other martial artists, but Yi Yuan had his means to make up for these blood essence. It was just that he did not have the necessary medicinal herbs anymore, so he temporarily did not move to refine medicinal pills. Disembarking the spirit boat, everyone arrived outside the sect gates, but discovered that there was an bodyguarding outside the gates. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he immediately had a bad premonition. Doesn't seem right. Why would there be no disciples guarding the sect gates? Can't be that something happened, right? Mei Zhen's heart fluttered. The sect protecting Grand Array is already broken. Looks like an accident really happened to the sect. Go, let's hurry over to take a look, Yi Yuan said somberly. Seeing this sort of situation, everyone's joy from surviving the disaster immediately evaporated into nothing. The group rushed over to the top of the mountain. Traveling to halfway up the mountain, everyone's footsteps suddenly came to a halt and were stunned by the scene before their eyes. Within sight were corpses wearing Tranquil Cloud sect disciple outfits all around. The fresh blood already pooled to form small rivers, flowing quietly down the mountain, looking utterly ghastly. These disciples were all the sect's outer sect disciples. Their strength was not great, but sacring on a large scale like this made Yi Yuan and company's fury ignite all at once. Who did this? Is this wanting to exterminate my Tranquil Cloud sect to the last one? Mo Yuntian's entire body was trembling. This scene made his fury peak. Blood debts to be paid in blood. If I find out who did this, I'll definitely hack him into pieces. Tianyu gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. The most composed Ti Wujiu was also livid at this time, tightly clenching both fists. Clearly, he was trying his best to curb his rage. There seemed to be energy undulations coming from the top of the mountain. There might be a fierce battle happening. Let's hurry over. Yi Yuan suddenly said. Chapter 445. When Yi Yuan's words came out, everyone was filled with shock. When Yi Yuan's words came out, everyone was filled with shock. Yi Yuan's perception towards heaven and earth essence energy already reached such a level, even Mei Zhen could not sense essence energy undulations coming from the top of the mountain too, but they did not have time to be astonished anymore. Since they returned at such an opportune moment, they naturally had to join the battle and protect the sect. Go, kill this pack of BASTARDS and avenge these dead disciples. Mei Zhen flashed his long sword and roared. How can my Tranquil Cloud sect's thousands of years of inheritance be eradicated? Why nilly? Those who violate my sect kill without pardon. Tianyu yelled. Yi Yuan did not speak and just quietly followed the group of seniors up the mountain. Miss Yu, this matter, leave it to this Yi and my seniors to resolve ourselves. In the future, unless there are no other alternatives, Miss must not draw on soul force. If this continues, even immortals will find it hard to save as well. Yi Yuan transmitted his words. Lier knows. Many thanks for Mr. Ye's concern, Yu Mengli replied. Further up the mountain, there were increasingly more corpses, but among them also had enemy forces' dead bodies mixed inside. Looking closely, everyone was even more taken aback with shock. On the bodies of these enemy forces' disciples were actually wearing the Purple Mansion sect's attire. What's going on here? Could it be that the ones who invaded our Tranquil Cloud sect are actually the Purple Mansion sect? Meijin said in surprise. If one were to say who has the greatest likelihood of invading our Tranquil Cloud sect, it's none other than the Heavenly Sky sect. While the Purple Mansion sect is strong, they actually dare to invade other sects under the Heavenly Sky sect's eyelids. Mo Yuntian was also unbelievably shocked. The Heavenly Sky sect's might was indisputable. Only by combining the other 7 sects' strength could they maintain a delicate balance with the Heavenly Sky sect. If the other 7 sects had infighting, how could the Heavenly Sky sect let go of such a good opportunity? Could the brains of the Purple Mansion sect's upper echelons all be damaged? Did you all forget about Lin Feng? Yi Yuan suddenly said. Everyone was abruptly startled. How could they possibly forget Lin Feng? It was precisely Lin Feng's masterpiece that threw them behind bars and even becoming slaves. The Purple Mansion sect endured patiently for many years. Their strength is most likely far from as simple as the surface. That Lin Feng's age isn't considered old, and he actually has 4th level C transformation realm cultivation. Not saying that they have large numbers of experts, but concealing a couple of Soul C realm martial artists, it probably isn't that easy for the Heavenly Sky sect to want to discover, Yi Yuan said. With Yi Yuan saying this, everyone's heart plummeted to rock bottom. The Purple Mansion sect was a chess piece buried in the endless world by the Wind Emperor. After so many years of secret development, their strength was most likely already unfathomable. Everyone had a feeling in their hearts that the Southern Domain's situation right now most likely already underwent an earth-shaking change. But these were all for later. Mei Zhen and the others did not dare to dawdle and sped along the way and arrived at the mountain peak very soon. Within sight, the entire Tranquil Cloud sect was already in an upheaval. There were fighting and battle cries all around. Everywhere were dead bodies. The originally quiet and serene Spirit Blessing Mountain was already in an abyss of suffering right now. Purple Mansion Sect B, A-S-T-A-R-D-S. You will all die a horrible death. Arg, cried a crystal formation realm disciple, giving a miserable cry, and perished together with a Purple Mansion sect disciple. Yet, this was just a minority situation. Regardless whether it was in numbers or strength, the Purple Mansion sect disciples far surpa. Said the Tranquil Cloud sect. Just the Purple Mansion sect's C transformation realm martial artists were as many as over a dozen. Although they were only low-stage C transformation realm, to deal with some crystal formation realm disciples, it was ample. While on the Tranquil Cloud sect side, they actually did not see a single C transformation realm elder. The battle was simply a one-sided situation. Many Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were facing many people from the other side alone. How could they be these Tranquil Cloud sect disciples' match? When Mei Zhen and the others saw such a tragic state, how could they hold back? They wielded their swords and were about to charge forward. But before his figure had yet to move, he was held back by someone from behind. Turning around to take a look, it was actually Yi Yuan, only to hear Yi Yuan lightly leave behind 2 words as he walked past Mei Zhen. Allow me. Yi Yuan's figure drifted and arrived at the center of the battlefront. Immediately, there was a Purple Mansion sect disciple who charged up without fear of death. An azure sword light instantly appeared. That Purple Mansion sect disciple had yet to even react, and his head and body were separated. Looks like this Purple Mansion sex attack has already thoroughly infuriated Mr. Yi. Humanly said calmly, truly a bunch of fellows who don't know life from death. They probably don't even know how terrifying Mr. Yi will be once he becomes enraged. Yenner also had a cold smile at the corners of her mouth. Towards the Purple Mansion sect annihilating conduct, Yenner was very disdainful in her heart. What's junior apprentice brother Yi going to do? Tian Yu asked puzzledly. Mo Yun Tian seemed to have guessed a little and said in shock, he didn't let us attack. Could it be that he wants to deal with all of the Purple Mansion sect disciples alone? What kind of joke is this? There are several hundred Purple Mansion sect disciples here. Furthermore, the vast majority of them are crystal formation realm martial artists. Among them, there are even over a dozen sea transformation realm martial artists. Junior apprentice brother, Yi He, wants to deal with it alone? Tian, you almost jumped up. But Xiao Ruyan's curled her mouth and said with a proud look, you guys watch well. Master alone is enough. The group of seniors all exchanged glances and looked at Yi Yuan with disbelief. And at this time, Yi Yuan pointed Songhua's sword at the sky. Countless flower petals started condensing in the air. Is this junior apprentice, brother Ye's 1,000 flowing petals? Is there a mistake? How could he condense so much flower petals? Tian, you had seen Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals once. But back then, Yi Yuan was still just a spirit condensation realm martial artist. At that time, although the power of this move was great, it was not formidable to this sort of extent. There were increasingly more and more flower petals condensing in the air. It finally alarmed all of the martial artists present. What's going on here? Why would it rain flower petals from the sky? You dumb *SS. This is formed from heaven and earth essence energy. Somebody is casting a skill. Who actually has such formidable strength? Even First Elder probably can't mobilize such horrifying heaven and earth essence energy either, right? Quick, look, it's that boy casting it. At this time, there were finally several sea transformation realm martial artists who felt that something was wrong. Somebody shouted out, quickly, the few of you go together and finish off that punk. This move of that punk is somewhat sinister. When these words were finished saying, over a dozen late-stage crystal formation realm martial artists and several sea transformation realm martial artists abandoned their original opponents and all converged towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at this scene coldly, and from his mouth he said, coolly, all of you dregs can go and die already. The flower petals which covered the entire sky seemed to have spirituality at this moment, churning towards the Purple Mansion sect martial artists in CLUS tours. The hundreds of Purple Mansion sect experts present all suffered the assault of the flower petals. And those sea transformation realm martial artists were heavily focused targets. The flower petals gathered on their side were multiple times of crystal formation realm martial artists. After 2 breaths, there were Purple Mansion sect disciples starting to give off miserable cries. After 5 breaths, more and more Purple Mansion sect disciple were giving off miserable cries. For a moment, innumerable tragic cries linked up, reverberating through the skies. Those tranquil cloud sect disciples who stopped could not resist shuddering when they heard their opponents' wretched screams. Chapter 446, Under the Soaring Flowers, it was akin to a meat grinder, wantonly reaping the lives of these Purple Mansion sect disciples. Under the Soaring Flowers, it was akin to a meat grinder, wantonly reaping the lives of these Purple Mansion sect disciples. After 100 breaths, the entire mountain peak was already deathly silent. Apart from Yu Mengli and a small minority, everyone was struck dumb with amazement by this scene. All the tranquil cloud sect disciples were staring fixedly at that young man's figure in the center of the battlefield, speechless from shock. At this very moment, Yi Yuan was akin to a fiend G.O.D. Even the tranquil cloud sect disciples were not able to easily recognize him. Is it Yi Yuan? After a long time, someone suddenly asked weakly, finally breaking the battlefield's serenity. Yi Yuan turned around to look. It was actually someone familiar, senior apprentice brother Zhang Jing. Yi Yuan also said, with a faint smile. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Zhang Jing's entire body trembled. Why Yi Yuan? It's really you. So you're all right. That's really great. As he was talking, Zhang Jing's eyes actually welled up a little with hot tears. Zhang Jing was the person who led Yi Yuan in the sect, although the two people did not have any deep friends. I+P afterward, time pa-s said in circu, stances have changed. Everyone's feelings were seemingly sublimated. Moreover, Zhang Jing had considerable comprehensions after the fight with Yi Yuan. At this time, he had long become a crystal formation realm martial artist. Hence, in his heart, Zhang Jing was still fairly grateful towards Yi Yuan. This time, Yi Yuan and the others entered deep into the mystic realm, and not a single one actually returned. Everybody no longer held hopes towards their survival. Now, when they met, the agitation in Zhang Jing's heart could be imagined. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Not just me alone. You look." As he said, Yi Yuan pointed to Mo Yuntian and the rest. Mo Yuntian. And the rest also moved closer at this time and gathered together with everyone. When Zhang Jing saw Mei Zhan, Mo Yuntian, and the rest, tears could not resist flowing again. Elder Mei, senior apprentice brother Mo. Everybody came back. Tea truly excellent. We even thought. Zhang Jing choked and did not even finish saying his words. Seeing Zhang Jing so agitated, Mo Yuntian and the rest had a multiple. 1, 2 to feelings surge up too. They choked and said, the mystic realm trip this time was indeed near certain death. It was all thanks to junior apprentice Brother Yi that we could return safely. Zhang Jing was surprised, and his gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan again, his face showing disbelief. Junior apprentice Brother Yi, you're actually already at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Yi Yuan's extreme Ma.'s sacring move previously made everyone's mind sustain a tremendous impact, and they forgot about his realm for a moment. Only at this time did Zhang Jing suddenly notice that several months of not meeting, and Yi Yuan was actually at the 7th level crystal formation realm already, increased a full major realm higher than before he left. Such an improvement speed was seriously too outrageous. Furthermore, that move earlier was that really released by a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist. Zhang Jing's I was filled with doubt and felt tremendous curiosity towards Mo Yuntian and the other's trip to the mystic realm. Yi Yuan saw through Zhang Jing's uncertainty and said smilingly, this matter is hard to say in a single sentence. I'll tell in detail again later on with seniors. Senior apprentice Brother Zhang's improvement these few months isn't small either. Zhang Jing gave an odd expression and said could not help laughing. Don't ridicule me, junior apprentice Brother Yi. Compared to you, what does mine even count as? Yi Yuan chuckled, but then he inquired, senior apprentice Brother Zhang, what in the world happened to the Tranquil Cloud sect, where our sect master, Hallhead Xiao, and the rest? Also, why is there not even a single C transformation realm elder in the sect? Zhang Jing's expression changed, and he said hatefully, the southern domain skies have completely changed. This purple mansion sect concealed too deeply. Zhang Jing recounted the events that happened to the southern domain these few months briefly to everyone. Turned out that after Yi Yuan and the others left, Luo Qingfeng, Xiao Jian, and Ling Patian immediately entered close seclusion to cultivate, and planned on breaking through to the Soul Sea realm in one go. Luo Qingfeng did not disappoint. A month later, under SkyMapple's assistance, he finally broke through to the Soul Sea realm, becoming the Tranquil Cloud Sect's second Soul Sea realm martial artist. Furthermore, Luo Qingfeng was a martial artist. His combat power was much stronger compared to SkyMapple's. With Luo Qingfeng, this Soul Sea realm powerhouse, the Tranquil Cloud Sect could be said to stand firmly on this tree of 8 great sects. Xiao Jian and Ling Patian also both broke through and left seclusion not long after. The two of them broke through to half-step Soul Sea realm at the same time. Regarding this news, Yi Yuan was not surprised. Before he left, he knew that SkyMaple was refining soul-luring pills and medicinal pills that could aid Sea transformation realm martial artists to break through. The few of them breaking through was naturally something within reason. Under such circumstances, the Tranquil Cloud Sect could be said to be prospering with each passing day. Yet, over a month ago, all of this underwent a change. The Heavenly Sky Sect suddenly took the road to ruin by sending out hero invitations to the 7 great sects, inviting the sect masters of the various great sects to carry out a Southern Domain sect great meet. Even though Luo Qingfeng broke through to the Soul Sea realm, the Heavenly Sky Sect was powerful after all. The sect masters of the 7 great sects still kept the appointment and went to the Heavenly Sky Sect. Yet after half a month, news suddenly came from the 7 great sects, saying that the Heavenly Sky Sect forced the 7 great sect masters, requesting the 7 great sects to be merged into the Heavenly Sky Sect. The 7 great sect masters refused to obey even in death and were detained by the Heavenly Sky Sect. With this, the Southern Domain's 7 great sects completely exploded, all asking to send forces to suppress the Heavenly Sky Sect. Right at this time, the Purple Mansion Sect came out to raise their fist and shout, asking for the 7 great sects to gather together to launch a crusade against the Heavenly Sky Sect. The Tranquil Cloud Sect naturally had no reason to reject this. Grand Elder SkyMaple and Xiao Jian brought a group of elders and elite disciples, and they joined the expedition's great army. But SkyMaple was wary before he departed, gathering 20 of the sect's genius disciples with good prospects together, and letting a Sea transformation realm elder lead the team to quietly head for the Northern Domain. Yet, with this departure, they did not return anymore. A few days ago, only when an elder escaped back to the sect with heavy injuries did the disciples know that turned out the entire Southern Domain was hoodwinked by the Purple Mansion Sect. The Heavenly Sky Sect convening this Southern Domain sect great meet was truly an action seeking their own doom. The Heavenly Sky Sect's sect master was very arrogant during the great meet and wanted to forcefully integrate the 7 great sects into the Heavenly Sky Sect. These were all the truth, but the final result was that the Purple Mansion Sect's sect master, Himingda, suddenly rose in revolt and took control of the other 7 sects' sect masters. Only then did the 7 great sect masters know that this normally very low-profile Himingda was actually a late-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouse. In the Southern Domain, late-stage Soul Sea realm was basically an invincible existence. Before the Southern Domain's sect great meet, Himingda had long set up a backup plan and took control of the Heavenly Sky Sect very quickly, sealing off the news. The Purple Mansion Sect at this time, as the second strongest sect, lured out all of the 6 great sects' elite forces under summons. In the end, when they were launching a collective attack, the Purple Mansion Sect suddenly launched an attack, catching the 6 sects completely unprepared. Only at this time did the 6 sects know of the Purple Mansion Sect's terrifying strength. In this battle, over a dozen Soul Sea realm powerhouses appeared all at once in the Purple Mansion Sect. Even if the 6 great sects joined hands, How could they possibly be the Purple Mansion sect's match? Let alone that the Purple Mansion sect concealed so deeply, catching everybody completely off guard. With Sea Transformation Realm experts managing the array formation, the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Great Formation was already practically existing in name only. Under the teaming up of over a dozen Sea Transformation Realm experts, they attacked inside very quickly. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan and the others reached, saving a group of fellow apprentices. Chapter 447 Mei Zhan, and the rest sucked in a cold breath when they heard it. Over a dozen Soul Sea Realm powerhouses could virtually sweep across the southern domain. Mei Zhan and the rest sucked in a cold breath when they heard it. Over a dozen Soul Sea Realm powerhouses could virtually sweep across the southern domain. Even the so-called #1 Great Sect, the Heavenly Sky Sect, did not have so many Soul Sea Realm powerhouses either, let alone that the Purple Mansion sect master was even a late-stage Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. The southern domain at this time was already the Purple Mansion sect's world. Yi Yuan also furrowed his brows when he heard and asked, "Sect master they all?" Zhang Jing said, "The Purple Mansion sect imprisoned all of the 7 sect's upper echelons in the Heavenly Sky sect's towering peak, and they have 3 Soul Sea Realm powerhouse standing guard." When everyone heard that, they all heaved a long sigh in relief. As long as they were alive, there was hope. But Zhang Jing's follow-up words plunged their hearts to rock bottom again. Zhang Jing said, "The Purple Mansion sect seized a large batch of prisoners this time. I heard that they would kill a batch every day in front of the sect master and the various sect's grand elders. The goal is in order to make them surrender. I heard that there were already quite a number of the 6 sect's upper echelons that have surrendered. I don't know how long Grand Elder and Sect Master they all can endure. Purple Mansion sect, this bunch of people is really too despicable to actually be able to do this sort of inhuman thing. They will suffer the wrath of heaven." When Mei Zhan and the rest heard these words, they all gnashed their teeth in hatred. Yi Yuan suddenly let out a sigh and said, "Looks like the Purple Mansion sect has already been engineering this scheme for a very long time. Up until now, the Southern Domain's people are still unaware of what happened." Everyone's faces changed. Only now did they become aware of the severity of the problem. Mei Zhan and the rest, who went deep into the fear-scale world, all knew that this was the Purple Mansion sect being the vanguard. The Purple Mansion sect was still using the ident. 1. Tai as one of the 8 great sects right now to unite the southern domain. The opposition received would be much lower, but by the time the fear-scale world invaded and the upper echelons of the 8 great sects all surrendered, the southern domain could no longer muster up an effective resistance. At that time, the southern domain's 8 great sects' land would instantly become the fear-scale world's base area. They could easily gain a foothold in the southern domain and launch an attack on the northern domain. With the fear-scale world's martial strength, attacking the northern domain was most likely something inevitable. Yi Yuan did not think that just 3 to 4 months' time said, and the matter was already severe to this sort of extent. Zhang Jing perceived Yi Yuan's overtones and noticed that there seemed to be some things that he did not know. He could not resist asking, "Junior apprentice Brother Yi, I wonder, what happened?" Yi Yuan sighed lightly and recounted the matter of the fear-scale world invading to Zhang Jing. After Zhang Jing heard the details, his complexion was deathly pale. Even if he racked his brains, he never would have thought that the Purple Mansion sect was actually a chess piece left in the endless world by the fear-scale world. This way, the southern domain might become the fear-scale world's territory at any moment. Could it be that they were all going to become another world's martial artist slaves? Zhang Jing could not help shuddering. Right then, a large group of people suddenly rushed up from below the mountain. The one in the lead was actually a 7th level C transformation realm expert. What these people were wearing were shockingly Purple Mansion sect outfits. And what a bunch of dunces. Sent them to come to take care of the wrap-up. And they were actually killed off by a bunch of Tras. H. Plus, said the person with a frown. When Zhang Jing saw the arrival, his expression immediately changed drastically. The strongest here was Mei Zhan, but he was only 3rd level C transformation realm strength as well. Facing a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist, no matter how they looked at these people, there was no possibility of survival either. Zhang Jing wielded his sword and blocked in front of Yi Yuan, saying with a grave face, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, when the fighting starts in a while, I'll cover for you. You take advantage of the chaos to kill your way outside. With your strength, as long as you don't face up against that 7th level C transformation realm, you should be able to escape." Zhang Jing saw Yi Yuan's combat strength earlier. It was overwhelmingly shocking for a moment, but he did not think that Yi Yuan could win a 7th level C transformation realm. Between the two of them was an entire major realm difference. Who knew that Yi Yuan said lightly, "Relax. This kind of trash, I haven't taken them seriously. Elder Mei, senior apprentice brother, Mo, you bring the fellow apprentices to fall back. I'll go and have a direct exchange with this bunch of dregs." Mo Yuntian knew that he could not help and said with a nod, "All right, junior apprentice brother Zhang, let's fall back. Don't hinder junior apprentice brother Yi venting his anger." Zhang Jing was stunned, and his mind was somewhat in a blur. Vent anger? Venting anger on a 7th level C transformation realm? A 7th level crystal formation realm venting anger on a 7th level C transformation realm. Wasn't this joke a little big? But did senior apprentice brother Mo look like somebody who made jokes? Could it be that Yi Yuan really had this strength? Zhang Jing's mind would not quite wrap itself around it for a moment. He knew that Yi Yuan was very strong. He also knew that Yi Yuan could cross realms to battle, but leaping an entire major realm to face the enemy was rather exaggerated, right? That move earlier was certainly very strong, but that was a large area slaughtering martial technique. Was it useful against a 7th level C transformation realm? Mei Zhan and Mo Yuntian brought everyone to move back, instantly highlighting Yi Yuan out. When that 7th level C transformation realm saw this scene, he could not help bursting into laughter, saying, "Ha, your tranquil cloud sect is really pathetic. To actually let a 7th level crystal formation realm boy come send himself to death. Hey, that C transformation realm. Were you born in the year of the tortoise? To actually send such a boy to come and die?" Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said with a cold smile, "Dealing with you, I alone am sufficient. If you can touch me even a little, consider it my loss. Want me killed or dismembered? Up to you." That 7th level C transformation realm expert was stunned, and then laughed even more exaggeratedly, while the Purple Mansion sect disciples behind him also laughed loudly without stopping. The 7th level C transformation realm turned around and said to the people behind him with a laugh, "Did you all hear that? He said that if I touched him even a little, it counts as his loss." Ha ha ha. Of course I heard that. I even thought that I heard it wrong. Turns out that Elder Do heard the same thing as I did. Is this boy an idiot? I'm dying of laughter. A 7th level crystal formation realm said to a 7th level C transformation realm, "If you touch me, consider it my loss." Ha ha ha. I can't control myself anymore. The Tranquil Cloud sect is too amazing to actually send out such a joker. Is this to make us all die of laughter? Ha ha. I'm dying. There were quite a few sea transformation realm experts in this group of people. Their strength was uncommon. It was more than enough to deal with these tranquil cloud-sect stragglers and disbanded soldiers. And Yi Yuan's words completely jabbed their funny bone. Towards these people's mockery, Yi Yuan was expressionless. He said lightly, "I'll give you a chance for 10 moves. After 10 moves, you won't have any more chances." Ha ha! Du Yushan roamed the southern domain freely for so many years. This is the first time I've met such a funny teenager like you. Killing you is somewhat pitiful. Leaving you behind to be a slave to entertain us brothers is something pretty good. However, you all killed so many people from the Purple Mansion sect. I can only send you to go meet King Yama. Finished talking, Du Yushan raised a hand with a smile, striking out a palm towards Yi Yuan through the air. This palm seemed slow, but was in reality fast, instantly mustering horrifying heaven and amp, earth essence energy. Killing a 7th level crystal formation, realm martial artist was very much as he pleased. Yet, this blast upon Winpa S said through Yi Yuan's body just like this. Du Yuqing's smile was frozen on his face, while the laughter of those behind him ceased abruptly. Chapter 448. Elder Du, you aren't deliberately losing on purpose, right? A 7th level crystal formation realm boy. And you actually can't even take care of him in one move. Elder Du, you aren't deliberately losing on purpose, right? A 7th level crystal formation realm boy. And you actually can't even take care of him in one move. Yeah, did you hear him talk about 10 moves? So you want to play with him? That move earlier completely did not hurt nor itch. Everyone behind clearly did not believe that Du Yushan could not handle a 7th level crystal formation realm. Yet, Du Yushan knew that he did not hold back in this attack. He used a full 30% strength. 30% strength was not considered much, but it was plenty to kill a 7th level crystal formation realm. However, this boy before his eyes actually evaded easily. It was seriously rather abnormal. Ha ha ha, this boy said 10 moves earlier, so this elder thought about playing with him. I want to see how many times he can dodge my attacks, Du Yuqing said with a look of embarrass. As meant, ha ha, play then, play then. Just a bunch of dregs. Let them feel what is called despair. Someone concurred. Hee hee. Again, I'm going to play around well with this little Traz. H. Plus, Du Yuqing said with a laugh. The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly with his face showing contempt. He extended his hand and beckoned with his finger. The intent of scorn was completely unmasked. Du Yuqing's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, you're looking for death." As he said, Du Yuqing's palm, S, salt once again. This time, he used 70% strength. The power could not be mentioned in the same breath. One palm Pennsylvania, S, said. Yi Yuan still stood with his hands behind his back, like that palm earlier completely did not happen. Yi Yuan was still beckoning his index finger with a disdainful look. This time, Du Yushan felt that his face could not hang in there. Gritting his teeth, his entire person vanished from where he stood. Bang! A huge hole was blasted out on the ground behind Yi Yuan. Du Yushan's figure appeared, only to see Yi Yuan slowly turn around and say coolly, 7th level C transformation realm only has this bit of capabilities? Double up. Stinking brat. It's you yourself seeking death. You only have yourself to blame for this. Du Yushan gnashed his teeth hatefully and said, Du Yushan erupted completely, staring at Yi Yuan and bombarding indiscriminately. Horrifying heaven and earth essence energy was mobilized, blasting towards Yi Yuan, one move after another. Bang! 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 Dirt flew around the place Yi Yuan was standing at, kicking up clouds of dust and blocking people's sight. In a twinkle, 10 moves pa s said. Du Yushan actually felt like collapsing. These 10 moves earlier, he already used all of his strength. Under such an attack, Yi Yuan could not possibly survive. Ha ha ha. Still be unbridled with me. This stinking brat really doesn't know how the word death is written, Du Yushan said with a loud laugh. Ha ha. To actually dare infuriate Elder Du, this boy is really soft in the head. I reckon that he's already blasted into meat paste now, right? However, this boy has some capabilities. To actually be able to evade Elder Du's first 3 rounds of attacks. He can also be considered as quite capable. Just a self-conceited fool who was insolent because of his ability. Such a person is destined to not live long. The Purple Mansion Sect's people were perfectly aware of Du Yuqing's attacks. Those few moves earlier were his trump cards. How could Yi Yuan possibly survive under such horrifying attacks? Zhang Jing's expression changed. Du Yushan's attacks earlier were too terrifying. Separated so far away made him feel asphyxiated too. How could a crystal formation realm martial artist possibly survive under such an attack? Zhang Jing was just about to take some action when he was halted by Mo Yuntian. Relax. Junior apprentice brother, he isn't that kind of wildly arrogant person. Since he dared to receive his 10 moves, he must have a grasp of the situation in his mind. Mo Yuntian's voice had yet to fade when an ice-cold voice came from that disorderly patch of dust, as if it came from the underworld. Seriously weak. You dregs from the fierce Gale world only have this bit of ability. Since that's the case, then go and die. Hearing this voice, Du Yuqing's expression changed drastically. His scalp tingled, and a feeling of terror welled up from the bottom of his heart. He instinctively felt that things were not good, and turned around to flee. The sound of a dragon roar came from within the dust. The wind and fire colossal dragon carried a voice which made people's heart palpitate, charged over towards Du Yushan with extreme speed. Ah, help! Du Yushan had yet to run far when he was completely swallowed up by the colossal dragon. The wretched screams entered everyone's ears. Regardless whether it was the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples or the people from the Purple Mansion sect, they were all quaking in their boots with fear. Especially the Purple Mansion sect. Each and every one of their faces showed immense shock. A kind of feeling called fear rose up from the bottom of everyone's heart, including those Sea Transformation Realm Elders. Even the 7th level Sea Transformation Realm Du Yushan crumbled in one blow like so. What did they even count as? Only persisted for a few breaths of time. And then Du Yushan fell completely silent. The wind and fire colossal dragon dissipated. Only a S of black smoke rose up. Du Yushan actually did not even leave behind a corpse. And right then, the dust that was stirred up by Du Yushan's attacks gradually dispersed, revealing that slightly skinny-looking profile of Yi Yuan's. The eyes the Purple Mansion sect disciples looked at Yi Yuan with was like looking at a primordial behemoth. Half-step Sea Transformation. How is this possible? A Purple Mansion sect Sea Transformation Realm Elder's old eyes nearly dropped to the ground. A moment ago, he was still 7th level Crystal Formation Realm. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yuan actually became a half-step Sea Transformation existence. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's gaze also just happened to turn towards him, and actually flashed him a smile, saying, "Is it very despondent? Now, can you all understand the feelings of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples?" Yi Yuan's smile looked like a completely harmless neighbor's big boy. But who would really take him to be a big boy from next door? This young man was simply the D of death descending upon the world. Run. Quickly run. That Sea Transformation Realm Elder turned around and fled. Only then did the group of Purple Mansion sect disciples startle awake abruptly, scattering apart like birds and beasts. Ah, help! That's a demon! Quickly flee! The Purple Mansion sect disciples instantly fell into a chaotic mess. They wished that their parents had given them a couple more legs to let them run a little faster. Very soon, all of their figures stopped abruptly, as if they were fixed in place, because in front of them, countless flower petals condensed and formed, sealing off all of their escape routes. That sea transformation realm elder, who was the first to run, clenched his teeth and released his aura fully, wanting to charge past, only to hear SLAs. Plussing sounds echo out. A badly mutilated corpse fell down from the air. This time, everyone despaired. Slam! A Purple Mansion sect disciple kneeled down towards Yi Yuan and actually cried, Mercy! I know my error. Spare my dog life. Sniff. Sniff. This kneel of his was akin to a plague, instantly infecting all of the Purple Mansion sect disciples. The Purple Mansion sect disciple all kneeled down towards Yi Yuan, repenting and begging for mercy. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, When you all were killing those fellow sect members of mine below the mountain, did you ever thought about showing mercy? If I didn't make it over here in time today, most likely the Tranquil Cloud sect would not have even fowls or dogs spared anymore, right? Therefore, all of you go and die. Chapter 449, looking at the corpses scattered everywhere. Zhang Jing was dumbfounded for a long time. Looking at the corpses scattered everywhere, Zhang Jing was dumbfounded for a long time. Only a short 3 months, or so had Pa S said, and Yi Yuan was already in existence on a completely different level from them, these fellow apprentices. Not only did he rise a full major realm, he even had the strength to instantly kill a 7th level C transformation realm in terms of combat strength, already crossing a major realm to battle. This was something that Zhang Jing did not even dare to imagine. But Yi Yuan accomplished it effortlessly. Recalling back when he left Yi Yuan into the sect, Zhang Jing had a feeling like it was a whole other life. That young man, not far away, was destined to be someone from a different world, from the mere mortals. A few months of not seeing him, junior apprentice brother, Yi actually already matured to such a level. Zhang Jing muttered under his breath. In truth, the astonishment in Mo Yuntian's heart was not much lesser than Zhang Jing's. Although he knew that Yi Yuan's present combat power was stunning, this was his first time truly seeing it. Killing a 7th level C transformation realm in one move, the shock from such an impact was too great. Hearing Zhang Jing's emotional sigh, Mo Yuntian said in relief, It was also thanks to Yi Yuan. Otherwise, the few of us would have long died in a foreign land. These fellow sect apprentices would probably also die without a burial ground. Mei Zhan and the rest crowded in front of Yi Yuan and asked concernedly, Yi Yuan, your body still isn't fully recovered. Are you all right? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Not a big issue compared to the fight with Zhao Chungan. This earlier could only be said to be a warm-up. Likewise, 7th level C transformation realm. The disparity between the two was too great. Mei Zhan nodded and said, Good that you're fine. Yi Yuan, you're the Tranquil Cloud sect's final hope now. You must take care not to force things. Thank you for Elder Mei's concern. I'll take notice. N. Now that the sect is already broken up, where should we go? When Mei Zhan said these words, everyone perked their ears up, wanting to hear what Yi Yuan would say. At this time now, Yi Yuan was already where all of Tranquil Cloud sect's hopes lay. Even Mei Zhan, this sea transformation realm elder, also quietly took Yi Yuan as the person in charge of things. Yi Yuan ruminated for a moment and said, Since Grand Elder, Sect Master Luo, and the rest are not dead, We obviously have to think of ways to rescue them out. But we aren't the Purple Mansion sex match right now. Therefore, we can only wait. Wait. Wait for what? Mei Zhen did not quite understand Yi Yuan's intentions and asked in puzzlement. Wait for an opportunity. I believe that the Purple Mansion sect will discover that something unforeseen happened on the Tranquil Cloud sect's side very soon. They are bound to send even stronger martial artists over here. And what we need to do is to stand fast at this final piece of locusts of the southern domain and wait for the northern domain's response. Yi Yuan said. When these words of Yi Yuan came out, everyone's faces changed. You're saying we are to defend the Tranquil Cloud sect to the death? Mei Zhen asked in surprise. That's right. But, Yi Yuan, I know that you're very strong and that there are already very few sea transformation realm martial artists that can threaten your existence. But you have to know that the Purple Mansion sect has over a dozen Soul Sea realm powerhouses. Mei Zhen reminded. He did not know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from, although it was hard to comprehend that Yi Yuan could deal with sea transformation realm martial artists. The reality happened right before his eyes. He had no choice but to accept it. Yet to say that Yi Yuan could deal with Soul Sea realm powerhouses, he would not believe it even if he was pummeled to death either. Take 10,000 steps back to say, even if Yi Yuan could really deal with Soul Sea realm martial artists, the Purple Mansion sect had over a dozen Soul Sea realms. Could it be that Yi Yuan could sweep them clean all at once? Yi Yuan said with a smile, Of course I won't be foolish enough to clash head-on with Soul Sea realm powerhouses. However, we still have the sect-protecting Grand Array, don't we? Sect-protecting Grand Array. Mei Zhen was stunned, and then he said in bewilderment, Without Soul Sea realm martial artists or a powerhouse with sect masters' level of strength, the sect-protecting Grand Array simply can't unleash power at all. Furthermore, even if they are here presiding over the array formation, they can at most withstand early-stage Soul Sea realm martial artists. But the Purple Mansion sect master is a late-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouse. Yi Yuan did not reply Mei Zhen's words, but he swept a glance over the Tranquil Cloud sect's remaining disciples, saying coolly, I wonder if my fellow seniors and juniors can trust me, Yi Yuan? These few hundred Tranquil Cloud sect disciples remaining could be said to all be the Tranquil Cloud sect's elite disciples. The majority of them were Crystal Formation realm martial artists. These people all willingly stayed behind to share life and death together with the sect, for the sake of striving for time, for that batch of elite disciples to escape. In truth, before this, they had the chance to flee helter-skelter. But they chose to stay behind to die, without prior consultation. From this, it could be seen how great the Tranquil Cloud sect's cohesive strength was. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan was unbelievably furious at those Purple Mansion sect disciples who invaded and exterminated every last one of them. Seeing Yi Yuan raising a question, these disciples could not help exchanging glances. Actually, using one's brain to think about it, standing fast and on defensive in the Tranquil Cloud sect was a terrible plan. The Purple Mansion sect practically already unified the Endless World's southern domain. The Tranquil Cloud sect was already a lone island. As long as the Purple Mansion sect wanted, they could focus all of their firepowers to attack the Tranquil Cloud sect, relying on a sect-protecting Grand Array at this time to withstand a bunch of Soul Sea realm powerhouses. This was something that only a moron would do. Yet, the problem was Yi Yuan a moron? Or perhaps Yi Yuan was deliberately making them jump into a fire pit. If Yi Yuan did it in order to send them to their deaths, why would he take such a superfluous action earlier and save them? Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, I believe you. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, our lives were saved by you. You ask us to die. We absolutely won't furrow our brows. Junior apprentice brother Yi will fight with you. After a moment of silence, those tranquil cloud sect disciples' supporting voices surged over like floodwaters. Yi Yuan already used strength and used action to thoroughly subjugate them. On the juncture that the tranquil cloud sect was already to be annihilated, it was Yi Yuan who came forward and tried and turned back the tides. What right did they have to not trust Yi Yuan? Seeing this scene, everyone had a feeling of their hot blood boiling. In this instant, the Purple Mansion sect, which was powerful until it made people feel suffocated, did not seem so scary anymore either. Good. Since my fellow seniors and juniors all trust me, Yi Yuan will all fight a good one with the Purple Mansion sect together. Let them see that our tranquil cloud sect is not to be trifled with. Yi Yuan yelled out loud and clear. F***CK, the Purple Mansion sect. We want to make them pay blood for blood. Blood for blood. Blood for blood. These people were not foreign to Yi Yuan. Ever since he entered the tranquil cloud sect, he created once miracle after another. And today, who knew if he could create another miracle? Yi Yuan's might already completely stirred up these people's hot blood. These fellow apprentices did not lack the spirit of looking death calmly in the face. What they lacked was powerful confidence. And today, Yi Yuan gave them confidence. Yi Yuan extended his hand and pressed down, gesturing for everyone to quiet down. He called out in a clear voice, "From today onwards, our tranquil cloud sect will activate the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array and will completely seal the mountain. I'll refine medicinal pills for everybody to raise everyone's strength as quickly as possible. At that time, I'll need to borrow every senior's and junior's strength. We'll defend together the southern domain's final lone island." Chapter 450. The following few days, Yi Yuan sank into an extremely busy schedule. The following few days, Yi Yuan sank into an extremely busy schedule. He first refined several transcendent-grade essence figure pills, and he finally replenished the lost blood essence fully. As one of the 8 great sects, although the Tranquil Cloud sect had declined awfully, they still had a considerable reserve of Tier 3 spirit medicines. There were enough for Yi Yuan to refine. When Yi Yuan was refining pills, Xiao Ruyan acted as an assistant by the side. She took Yi Yuan's entire pill refinement process fully into her eyes. Coming out from the pill refinement room, Xiao Ruyan's entire person was in a state of stupor. Only when she observed Yi Yuan's pill refinement in close distance did she finally know how formidable this master she acknowledged. Yi Yuan was clearly refining Tier 3 medicinal pill, but Xiao Ruyan actually could not understand Yi Yuan's refinement technique. Xiao Ruyan's standards were not low, but it was precisely so that she had an even deeper understanding of how high Yi Yuan's standards were. This could be said as unintentionally planting a willow tree, and the willow tree would become a shade. Xiao Ruyan suddenly felt that she was too fortunate. Not only could she be together with Yi Yuan, but she could also even raise her alchemy skills. Next, Yi Yuan made use of the square cauldron to refine a large batch of Tier 2 and Tier 3 medicinal pills and distributed them to the sect's disciples. The result was that a few days later, columns of essence energy storms formed in the Tranquil Cloud sect. There were disciples successfully breaking through everywhere. Many disciples were stuck in the state of peak spirit condensation realm. This batch of medicinal pills created a large batch of crystal formation realm disciples. There were even a minority of peak 9th level crystal formation realm disciples who broke through to the sea transformation realm without a hitch after consuming the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined. The strength of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples rose a level collectively. After the disciples noticed such a transformation, their admiration for Yi Yuan all reached a degree that could not be surpassed. As said, for a moment, Yi Yuan's prestige reached the pinnacle. His prestige among the disciples right now was most likely no longer inferior to sect master Luo Qingfeng. When the disciples there were all breaking through, Yi Yuan brought Mei Zhen to the center of the tranquil cloud sect's array formation. Yi Yuan, you say that you want to restart the Yinyang turbid heaven grand array. Could it be that us, these remnant troops and defeated soldiers, can really rely on this grand array to resist those Soul Sea realm powerhouses? Mei Zhen still asked, half believing, half doubtfully. The power of the array formation not only hinged on the rank of the array formation, it even relied on the level of the person controlling the array formation. Right now, the strongest among them was also Mei Zhen, this sea transformation realm. Moreover, he was utterly ignorant about array formations and completely could not unleash the power of the grand array. Mei Zhen knew that Yi Yuan's formation path attainments were exceedingly high. However, he was only crystal formation realm. Even if he managed the array formation, could he withstand the wanton bombardment of Soul Sea realms? This was not inside the mystic realm, where Yi Yuan could play his opponent to death inside the array formation. Soul Sea realm martial artists would definitely break the formation with force. When the time came, how should they withstand? Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Of course I can't sustain by myself. But don't we still have so many seniors and juniors?" Mei Zhen said in surprise, "But these sect disciples all don't know array formations." Yi Yuan said, "Doesn't matter if they don't know. I just need to know." Mei Zhen was speechless. Up until now, Mei Zhen did not know what Yi Yuan wanted to do either. Although he had doubts in his heart, he knew that Yi Yuan would not do reckless things and would not treat the lives of the tranquil cloud sect disciples as a joke. Fine then. Even if you have a way, the Yinyang turbid heaven grand array seemed to only be able to deal with early-stage Soul Sea realm martial artists, right? Mei Zhen said, "Ha. When I just entered the sect, I discovered that this array formation has many flaws, resulting in the power of the array formation to be greatly discounted. Fortunately, the southern domain still didn't have any formidable adversaries at that time, so the sect could protect itself," Yi Yuan said with a light laugh. Mei Zhen said with a frown, "You mean to say that the power of this array formation far exceeds this?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. The Yinyang Turbid Heaven Grand Array is a quasi-tier 5 array formation. It is ample to withstand a peak Soul Sea realm's full-powered attack. What does a mere 7th level Soul Sea realm even count as?" Mei Zhen exclaimed in surprise, "There's actually such a thing?" But the people in the sect thought that this is a low-rank tier 4 array formation all along. If my conjectures are right, this array formation should have had some losses when the Tranquil Cloud sect was forced to move southwards. Maybe the array formation was missing some necessary parts. Maybe even the array formation itself was lost, and the array master relied on his own comprehension to restore the array formation, but there were deficiencies within. Yi Yuan said. In fact, Yi Yuan's conjectures were already very close to the truth. Back then, when the Tranquil Cloud sect moved southwards, large ties of records all went missing to some extent. Even the 2 most important articles of the sect's cultivation methods were lost, let alone an array formation. Back then, a Soul Sea Realm array master only comprehended this set of array formation to an 80% standard. He could only restore this set of array formation to this degree. The array master later attempted to complete the Yinyang Turbid Heaven Grand Array, but this set of array formation was rather profound. He did not restore it even till his own death. In a blink, 1,000 years said. The Tranquil Cloud sect's people had long forgotten this segment of history, and even thought that this set of array formation was a low-rank tier 4 array formation. But the southern domain martial artist strength was not strong. This set of half-baked sect protecting Grand Array was also barely sufficient to use. However, a late-stage Soul Sea realm martial artist appeared in the southern domain now. This set of array formation was clearly inadequate already. There was actually such a thing. I'm an elder and actually don't know a whit as well, Mei Shun said powerlessly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, with my present realm, I naturally can't set up the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. But the sect-protecting Grand Array is a complete Grand Array. If it's just modifying a little and completing the array formation, I can still manage it. Unless the fierce Gale World, S-Divine traversing realm powerhouses can cross the Pa-S, Sageway, and, body can break in. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Mei Zhan was also BRIMING with confidence at this moment. But he heaved a sigh and said, for our tranquil cloud sect to be able to take in a disciple like you, it's seriously the sect's lucky stars. Yi Yuan said smilingly, why does Elder Mei say that? Since I joined the sect, I'm naturally a part of the tranquil cloud sect. When the sect is in trouble, I should offer a portion of strength. We just have to hold on to the tranquil cloud sect, and the Purple Mansion sect will be unable to set up the situation in the southern domain leisurely. As long as the northern domain reacts, the Purple Mansion sect being destroyed is something inevitable. It's just that we must hurry before the realm Pa-S Sageway completely links up and let the northern domain's various sects know about the events that happened in the southern domain. Mei Shun perceived the meaning in Yi Yuan's word and said somberly, Yi Yuan, don't need to be so courteous with me. Whatever instructions you have, just say it. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Elder Mei knows the whole story about the matter. I'm thinking of letting you go to the northern domain to notify the Myriad Sword sect, Heavenly Martial sect, and the Profound Ice sect, these three sects, and make them send people to aid the southern domain and eradicate the Purple Mansion sect. This situation at present, only Elder Mei alone has the capabilities to take on this mission. Although he long had expectations, Mei Zhan's expression still changed, and he said, can another person be swapped to do this thing? I at least have some strength. Staying behind to offer up a portion of strength is good as well. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the honorousness of your mission is still above defending the sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect is just a small plot of land, while what the fierce Gale World wants to invade is the entire endless world. If the northern domain is ill-informed about the news and doesn't know the fierce Gale World's ambition, the outcome will be too dreadful to contemplate. Hence, you have to make this trip no matter what. Mei Zhan's expression flickered for a moment and said with Yi Yuan with clasped hands, Mei Zhan definitely won't fail the mission. Chapter 451. On a wide plain, human figures moved about. On a wide plain, human figures moved about. Here was the Purple Mansion sect's forward position, specialized in being responsible for attacking the Tranquil Cloud sect and two other sections. Ma-Yi was the commander of this team of martial artists. He was a first-level Soul Sea Realm powerhouse, and also the Purple Mansion sect's Grand Elder. At this time, the other two sects' reports of success already came over. Only the Tranquil Cloud sect side had no news. Ma-Yi's brows were locked tightly at this time. Evidently, his mood was very bad. The other two sects' strength was much stronger than the Tranquil Cloud sect. They were all fine. Only the Tranquil Cloud sect side with the weakest strength seemed to have a problem. The Purple Mansion sect sent out 3 commanders in order to exterminate the 6 great sects and unit the southern domain under the Purple Mansion sect's rule. The upper echelons of the 6 great sects were basically already under control. Attacking completely did not expend any effort. The 3 commanders all had a rivaling relations. I plus P, and were also seizing every minute and second to strive to take down 3 sects first. but who knew that his side here just had to have a problem. Duyushan, that moron, wouldn't really be unable to even take care of a tranquil cloud sect, right? Yu gnashed his teeth hatefully. Right at this time, a disciple entered the tent and bowed to Ma-yi, and then he said, reporting to Grand Elder, news came from the Tranquil Cloud sect side. Elder Du's party were completely annihilated. The Tranquil Cloud sect reactivated the sect protecting Grand Array and sealed off the sect. He stood up at once. Grabbing that disciple's collar, he said with a ferocious look, "What did you say? Duyushan's army was completely wiped out. Could it be that the Tranquil Cloud sect still has Peak C transformation or Soul C realm experts? Duyushan was a 7th level C transformation powerhouse. Unless the Tranquil Cloud sect still had 8th level C transformation and above existences, how could they possibly have wiped out Duyushan's army completely? But that lousy place like the Tranquil Cloud sect did not have many C transformation realm experts in total either. Now, they were basically all captured by the Purple Mansion sect. How could the sect still have such a powerhouse existing inside? That disciple was taken aback with fright and spluttered. Disciple isn't clear either. 2 days ago, Disciple brought the scout team and went to the Tranquil Cloud sect to investigate the news. The result was that we discovered that Elder they were all decapitated and then being hung outside the sect gates. Over 10 C transformation realm elders were all decapitated, and their corpses were displayed in public view. Bang! A blast of force flew by that disciple's ear, pulverizing a stone table behind him into pieces. "What did you say?" He said word by word. That disciple nearly peed himself and said with a tremble, "G Grand Elder, calm your anger. Calm your asterisk SS anger. Tranquil Cloud sect. Excellent. Excellent. Decapitating as a public warning. Their guts are really plenty fat." He suddenly looked at that disciple and asked, "What other news is there?" As he said, he let go of that disciple's collar and threw him out. That disciple hurriedly crawled up and said, "The Tranquil Cloud sect even erected a stone plaque in front of the sect gates. Written on it, Traceba, S. Sirs, kill without amnesty." Kill without amnesty? This seat wants to see how you all kill with amnesty. Send the orders. The whole army is to decamp and set off for the Tranquil Cloud sect. He said coldly. The disciple felt as if being relieved of immense pressure and scurried off. In front of the Tranquil Cloud sect's mountain gates, he looked at Duyushan's and the others' heads grimly, as well as that stone plaque written using brush pen in red ink. "Come, men, go and retrieve their heads," he ordered. A small team dashed out very quickly, wanting to collect back Duyushan's head. Yet, when they had just crossed that stone plaque, several streaks of pale yellow flowing light suddenly danced about. Arc! Wretched screams echoed together. These streams of light were very formidable, willfully harvesting the lives of that small team of martial artists. In virtually a blink of an eye, the small team was completely wiped out. Yi's face was incomparably somber. He knew that this was the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array activated. With the power of the sect protecting Grand Array, killing these martial artists were too easy. But Yi had a faint feeling that the power of this Grand Array seemed to be extraordinary. "Zhu Mingyu, you bring a few people to test out the power of that Grand Array. Remember, take care not to cross that stone plaque. Just feel out its power will do," Yi reminded him. Zhu Mingyu was a general under him, a Peak C transformation realm powerhouse. Sending him to probe out the power of the Grand Array was perfect. If the Tranquil Cloud sect still had C transformation realm experts there, at the very most, It could also just maintain the grand array at the standard of peak sea transformation realm. Zhu Mingyu adding in a few other sea transformation realm martial artists were sufficient to shake the grand array. Zhu Mingyu obeyed the orders and marched out, bringing quite a few sea transformation realm experts in front of the grand array. Everybody, don't hold back. All execute your strongest attack. We'll join hands to crack this grand array. Zhu Mingyu said. Yes. Everyone cried out in unison and started to muster heaven and earth essence energy in full force. In a moment, a terrifying aura creeped out in the air. The attack of a peak sea transformation realm martial artist was already extremely powerful, let alone multiple late-stage sea transformation realm martial artists. The power of the combined attacks of these people was simply not what the average martial artist could withstand. Everybody listened to my command. Focus the attacks on one point of the grand array. Go! Zhu Mingyu hollered, only to see that under his command, 7 to 8 immensely powerful attacks rumbled towards the grand array. The coordination of these people was clearly highly tacit. The place that they attacked was not the slightest bit off, and the timing was also grasped very well, practically arriving at the same time. Rumble! A huge sound, but the grand array did not budge an inch while Zhu Mingyu and the rest flew out backward. Poor work! Several people vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time. They were actually wounded by the grand array's backlash power. How can this grand array be so strong? It actually didn't budge an inch under the combined attacks of Elder, Zhu, they all. I heard that the Tranquil Cloud Sex Grand Array is called the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. But this set of array formation is just a low-rank Tier 4 array formation. The Tranquil Cloud Sect doesn't even have a sea transformation realm martial artist right now. Why is the power of this sect protecting Grand Array so powerful? Could it be that it must need Grand Elder to personally take action to be able to crack this Grand Array? Ma Yi's expression was very ugly currently. Could it be that there was actually still a Soul Sea realm expert hidden within the Tranquil Cloud sect? If that was really the case, then it was going to be troublesome. But the Tranquil Cloud sect only had Sky Maple at the Soul Sea realm all along. Luo Qingfeng just broke through not long ago. Apart from them, who else in the Tranquil Cloud sect could be Soul Sea realm? Ma Yi racked his brains and could not figure it out either. Humph! Who cares what the H-E-L-L-U-R? My Purple Mansion sect's grand momentum is already formed. Is it possible for a puny little Tranquil Cloud sect to still flip the heaven? I'll give a try today. Just what kind of power this lousy array formation has. Ma Yi leaped high into the air and arrived before the grand array, only to see him face his palm towards the sky, muttering verses from his mouth. Horrifying essence energy instantly converged around him. This was the formidable aspect of Soul Sea realm martial artists, maneuvering heaven and earth essence energy with the might of the divine, soul cooperating with the essence energy. Sea was simply effortless. Extreme essence heaven axis palm. Break for me. Ma Yi mustered 80% essence energy in one breath. An extremely dreadful attack flew towards the Grand Array. Chapter 452. Grand Elder is so strong. If I were the one receiving this move, even 100, 1,000 of me would all die too. Grand Elder is so strong. If I were the one receiving this move, even 100, 1,000 of me would all die too. Yeah, all are mortals below Soul Sea realm. Grand Elder is on a completely different level from us. Luckily, there's Grand Elder here. Otherwise, we would be completely helpless against this Grand Array. Now that Grand Elder personally took action, this Grand Array will break for sure. Tranquil Cloud sect this bunch of trash actually became a retracted head turtle. When we raid inside in a while, I'll definitely pull their heads out from their turtle shell. Ma-E was well deserving of being a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. This extreme essence Heaven Axis palm move was exceedingly terrifying. Just that mighty power was enough to make other martial artists feel fear. A Soul Sea realm martial artist's attack could only be withstood by a Soul Sea realm martial artist. This was general knowledge for martial artists. Zhao Chungan, that kind of talented prodigy, crossed realms to battle as easily as drinking water. But to let him fight with a Soul Sea realm martial artist, it was still certain death. Even the most ordinary Soul Sea realm martial artist, their might was also not what Sea transformation realm martial artists could compare with. Compared to the fleshy body, the divine soul was evidently closer to heaven and earth and nature. Soul Sea realm martial artists communicated with heaven and earth essence energy through the divine soul. The speed and quality mustered were far from comparable to Sea transformation realm martial artists. And it was precisely this sort of advantage combined together with even more powerful Tier 4 martial techniques. The power of Soul Sea realm martial artists made practically all martial artists beneath Soul Sea realm feel despair. The Purple Mansion sect disciples had blind faith in the Soul Sea realm Ma-E and thought that this attack could absolutely blast the Grand Array open. Soul Sea realm in the hearts of the Southern Domain sect disciples was actually around the same as the position of the Wind Emperor in the hearts of the Fierce Gale world martial artists. Yet, the matter completely did not develop in the direction which the people hoped for in their hearts. Just as Ma-Yi's palm force was about to reach the Grand Array erupted once more. All of a sudden, dozens of flowing light streams came out from the Grand Array plussing for Ma-Yi's palm force. Ma-Yi's face carried a confident smile when he struck out the palm. But at this time, his expression changed drastically. Those dozens of flowing light streams eradicated his palm force like plussing dead leaves. But it was not over yet. After those flowing lights obliterated Ma-Yi's palm force, it actually came chasing after Ma-E. Ma-E did not think that such a change would actually occur, and his expression changed dramatically to be able to instantly obliterate his 80% essence energy attack. The might of this Grand Array was absolutely not what he could withstand. No time left to think. Under everyone's eyes, Ma-E turned around and ran. Yet, the speed of the flowing lights was exceptionally swift. Ma-E just ran out not for long, and the flowing lights caught up to him. Boom! A huge sound rang out under the Purple Mansion sect's stupefied gazes. A silhouette dropped down from the air powerlessly. Slam! Ma-Yi's corpse slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone had blank faces, and there was actually no one who reached out to receive it. All the way until that S of dust gradually dissipated, did everyone finally woke up abruptly. What happened? Do not know. What's with Grand Elder? Can't have. Pooh. Grand Elder is a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. How can he be killed so easily by the Grand Array? He must have fainted. At this time, Zhu Mingyu walked out from the crowd. He was blasted until severely wounded by the Grand Array's backlash strength. At this time, he still held his chest, his steps somewhat wobbly. Zhu Mingyu's face was solemn, his brows tightly knitted. It was also uncertain if it was due to injuries or because of Ma-E. Zhu Mingyu came close, and his figure involuntarily came to a stop. Grand Elder said away. Zhu Mingyu himself did not know how he said those words. He felt that his brain was a little lacking. Ma-E already had no vital signs. He was clearly totally dead, already. In front of the tranquil cloud sex gates, It was deathly quiet. There were only the whimpering sounds of gusts of breeze. A Soul Sea realm powerhouse of his generation was actually garroted by the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array. In the entire southern domain, how many years had it been since a Soul Sea realm powerhouse died? Zhu Mingyu and the other Purple Mansion sect disciples were unable to accept this outcome. But Ma Yi's corpse repeatedly told them that this was a truth. In the Tranquil Cloud sect's Grand Array axis, all the disciples were covered from head to toe in sweat, appearing rather worn out. But the expression on their faces showed that they were very excited. It was as if they were injected with stimulants. Everyone's faces were flushed red. Looking at that figure in front, their eyes revealed fervent, idolizing looks. They all clearly wanted to speak, but they desperately suppressed their impulse for fear that they would startle Yi Yuan, who was currently directing the Grand Array. Suddenly, Yi Yuan turned around slowly and said, "Coolly, the Purple Mansion sect has already retreated. This battle, we've won." Woo! These Tranquil Cloud sect disciples immediately erupted with thunderous laughter. Ever since Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng were detained, there had never been such cheering and laughter in the Tranquil Cloud sect. This battle was too satisfactory to the heart's content. Long live Yi Yuan! Long live Yi Yuan! Yi Yuan laughed too. He knew that these fellow sect members have been holding back for too long and very much needed a victory to release their emotions. Yi Yuan killed a Soul Sea realm powerhouse with the aid of the Grand Array's power. This was a victory with an extraordinary meaning. For a moment, the entire Tranquil Cloud sect was seething. This feeling is too great. What did we do? We actually slew a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. Ha ha ha. To be able to kill a Soul Sea realm powerhouse this lifetime is also enough. In the future, even if it's to die for the sect, I'll also die without regrets. Hey, did you know? That was a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. Soul Sea realm powerhouse. I actually killed a Soul Sea realm. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Next time, I'm going to tell my son that his old man once killed a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. So, King satisfying. I even thought that Yi Yuan activating the sect protecting Grand Array was just to huddle like a turtle and defend. Who knew that he would actually take the initiative to attack? A single attack, and he killed a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. These Tranquil Cloud sect disciples all seemed to be in a state of madness, releasing their emotions to their heart's content. These few days, Yi Yuan underwent a complete remake of the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. Not only did he restore that missing portion of the Grand Array, he even connected several hundred miniature array formations at the Grand Array's central. These hundreds of miniature array formations were presided by several hundred Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. Yi Yuan could draw out these several hundred people's essence energy through the array's pivot and provide a steady stream of support for the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. A Soul Sea realm's one move could instantly kill these several hundred Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. But the essence energy released by these disciples via the Grand Array could form a terrifying attack that could directly kill Soul Sea realm martial artists. Even though this was the heroic feat accomplished by everyone making a concerted effort, the several hundred Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were deeply affected as if they experienced it personally, slaying a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. This was something that they did not even dare to think about last time. Currently, the eyes that these Tranquil Cloud sect disciples looked at Yi Yuan with were filled with fanatical wars. I+P. This victory was brought to them by Yi Yuan. Without Yi Yuan, they might not even be able to ward off Sea Transformation realm martial artists. But with Yi Yuan, they killed a Soul Sea realm powerhouse.